Council members, please come to order. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are continuing our staff presentation on C4, and we have Ms. Cleaver here with us. Just a reminder to the public any public members wishing to testify on agenda item C4. After the conclusion of this report, we'll be taking up our AP report and then public testimony. So please sign up if you're wishing to do so. Thank you. Ms. Cleaver.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. So I'm just going to walk you through the actions ahead of you for the C4 Gulf of Alaska groundfish final harvest specs motion. You've already received the Gulf of Alaska ecosystem status report from Dr. Bridget Ferris and the plan team report yesterday from Dr. Iannelli. The next action is for you to approve the 2023 Gulf of Alaska groundfish safe report and to recommend final harvest specifications. So you have, as Dr. Dressel noted, the OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC. I have these here on the screen for you. So these were originally the plan team recommendations. This is table 1 in your on your e-agenda. And so in red are where the SSC differed from the plan team. And I'll note that on the second slide here, this still has the minor error in the rough eye black spotted 2025 ABCs, and Dr. Dressel spoke to this, but this is the table that the AP had in front of them when they made their TAC motion. So they set TAC equal to ABCs, but the ABC was inaccurate as it was looking as there was a miscommunication in terms of what the maker or the reviewer at the SSC wanted. And so essentially the rough eye black spotted numbers should be those using the same methods for 2025 as for 2024. And so those numbers changed by a total of 4 tons. And that's in the corrected numbers are in your SSC minutes. The next piece of final harvest specs is to consider the state waters fisheries. I'll just wait for the screen to hop back up there. So within table 1, you have the considerations for the state waters pollock fishery. So the ABC that's available for the federal Gulf pollock TAC is first reduced by 2.5% to provide for the Prince William Sound state pollock fishery. And so the numbers that you have in table 1 reflect that accommodation. You'll also need to account for the state waters Pacific cod fishery. And so the established area apportionments for the next 2 years adjust that amount of Pacific cod ABC that's available for the federal TAC in each area. These are listed in table 2 in the additional documents attachment on your e-agenda, and those on the slide here, the numbers that are highlighted in yellow are just small rounding errors that we changed. These are the corrected numbers. The original document on your e-agenda posted about a week ago had small errors in them. So these are the revised numbers, and the one on your e-agenda also has the revised numbers now. In the Gulf, PSC limits for halibut are specified annually by fishery year and season, and the 2024 and 2025 PSC limits for halibut are shown in tables 3 through 5 on the additional tables document. I'll just quickly walk through these. So table 3 in the upper left, those are the PSC limits broken down between the trawl vessels and vessels fishing with hook and line gear other than IFQ sablefish. In table 4, that information is further broken down. The trawl PSC is apportioned further among the shallow water species fisheries and the deep water species fisheries. And then table 5 on the bottom. Sorry, I think the screen, can you still see the screen on Zoom? Yeah, okay. Table 5 just breaks down the numbers from table 3 into the catcher vessels and catcher processors for the hook and line fisheries according to the Pacific cod split formula that's in regulation. And lastly, you reviewed the discard mortality rates for halibut in October, but those are provided again in table 6 for final harvest specifications. And so that's included within your additional tables as well. And that's all I have for you today.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. We will see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks. Okay, I think we're ready to transition to the AP report. Mr. Wilkins.
Morning, council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, of the advisory panel vice chair. Okay, the AP took action on this. The motion is up on the screen and I'll read it as follows. The AP has reviewed the 2023 Ecosystem Status Report for the Gulf of Alaska and appreciates the thoroughness of the work by all contributors. The AP recommends that the council approve the 2023 Gulf of Alaska Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation Safe Report. The AP recommends that the council approve the final 2024 and 2025 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax as shown in the attached table 1. The TACs for both Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in table 2 in the action memo. The AP recommends that the council set the final 2024 and 2025 Pacific halibut PSC limits, allowances, and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as shown in tables 3 to 5 in the action memo. The AP recommends the council approve the updated halibut discard mortality rates for 2024 and 2025 as shown in table 6. And that motion passed 14-0.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions on the AP report. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I think we are ready to transition into public testimony. We have 3 members of the public signed up, beginning with Charlotte Levy.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Charlotte Levy and I'm the fisheries analyst for the Aleutians East Borough. The borough is a municipality representing the coastal communities of King Cove, Sand Point, Akitan, False Pass, Cold Bay, and Nelson Lagoon. Our economy is heavily dependent on its fisheries, as you know, and raw fish tax serves as one of our primary sources of revenue at both the community and borough level and supports core community programs. The fishing fleet in our region is primarily locally based under 60-foot vessels that participate in various fisheries year-round to support their livelihoods. And these fisheries together create a steady portfolio, and if one fishery is lost, the portfolio business model starts to fail. And we see this trickle-down effect with processors and ultimately communities. Arguably, one of the most important fisheries for both the borough and the fishermen is pollock, to which we have upwards of 20+ vessels that can participate in any year. Specifically, the ACs in pollock is when there's generally lower rates of Chinook PSC and also preferable to fish the tack during the busy season instead of rolling it into B season where there's more opportunity for non-local vessels to fish 6-ton. It is critical that the Western Gulf of Alaska is included in the AFSC Winter Acoustic Survey every year. Since 1981, MACE has conducted an annual winter acoustic survey, trawl survey to estimate spawning abundance and distribution of pollock in the Shelikof Strait. But in 2001, that was expanded to include the Shumagins, Sanak Gully, Pavlov Bay, and Morzovi Bay. Unfortunately, the survey has been fairly inconsistent in achieving the Western Gulf areas and is generally the first segment of the survey to be truncated or cut entirely when there are time delays or logistical issues. As noted in the stock assessment, these spawning grounds are not biologically as important relative to the Shelikof, but there are years when the aggregate biomass of these areas can be comparable to the Shelikof. So it just kind of makes it even more important we have an annual survey. The method used in stock assessment to calculate the winter apportionment relies on data from the 4 most recent survey years, which means that if an area is skipped during the survey, the apportionment relies on older and potentially less accurate estimates of biomass distribution. The Western Gulf has not had a complete survey for 5 years, as 2018 was the last year when all 4 areas were achieved. The fishermen in the Western Gulf have not had a true race fishery since 2017, and the last time the fishery was opened at all was in 2020 by catch share only. And for those of you familiar with catch shares, you know they can be extremely challenging, if not impossible, to get everybody to agree and sign, which would leave the fishery unopened. So we were encouraged to see there was a 2023 survey achieved in almost all the Western Gulf areas except for Sanak, as it's clearly made a difference for the possibility of a winter fishery. But I think this year is an excellent example of why having an annual winter acoustic survey is critical. I've provided written comments just so you can look, but I've included Appendix D1, which highlights the increase in biomass estimates for the Shumagins and Pavlov based on new survey data from this year. Which is translated to a higher average percent of total biomass in 610. And just a few percentage points may not seem like much, and it probably isn't in the Shelikof. But for perspective, this year, 610 only had a 0.48% increase in biomass from 2022, and it essentially doubled the rescaled value from 2.45% to 6%, which resulted in enough ABC to support a race fishery. Dr. Monahan has been extremely helpful explaining this very complex apportionment scheme, and we do believe that it achieves stabilization during years of no survey. However, this should not be a replacement for actual survey data. The biomass in the Shelikof has steadily decreased since 2020, and while non-Shelikof areas have either remained stable or slightly increased since then, it's not unreasonable to think that the biomass could have shifted elsewhere during those years. And had the Shumagins seen survey results like this year for the past 3 years, the 4-year average and resulting apportionment would probably look very different, and we may have had fisheries. Given the rapidly changing climate, shifting fish distributions, variable biomass of pollock in the Western Gulf, and community reliance on this stock, we strongly urge the winter survey to complete at minimum the Shumagins every year, if not all Western Gulf areas. Coming off the heels of the SSC discussion yesterday about survey prioritization, I realize this may not be feasible, and we also support AFSC looking into alternative methods for surveys and collecting data through cooperative research. Finally, because the dynamics within the Gulf are so nuanced, I think the importance of the Western Gulf, independent of the Central Gulf, can get lost in stock assessment in this council process and even in the ESPs. I think it would be extremely valuable for this process and the public to see more information included about the Western Gulf, especially when considering the impacts of additional reductions from ABC. Just a couple small suggestions in addition to surveying every year would be to update stock assessment presentations and subsequent presentations to the council to include a summary slide on winter apportionment and changes relative to the previous year, which is already included in the stock assessment, and to split the winter acoustic survey slide to show the results from areas that both contribute to the model, which is just Shelikof, the assessment model, and another to show results from areas that contribute to the apportionment only, so all of the areas outside of Shelikof. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight this important issue and your continued commitment to the health of our communities. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Levy. Any questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, Ms. Levy. And aside from the larger issue of an annual Gulf survey, the suggestions that you had in order to show information and draw out the things that you think are critical, have you talked to the stock assessment author or anyone at the plan team about showing the information in that way or drawing it out? Or is that something that needs council direction?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. I don't think it necessarily needs council direction, and I have been in communication the last couple of days with Dr. Monahan, and we've kind of talked about these issues and how we'd like to see maybe this change or move forward differently. I think really my point here in testifying at the AP is just to highlight this issue and to show that that's the kind of information I think we need to be seeing, and I hope that next time around that will be available for you to see and to look out for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Miss Levy. I appreciate your testimony. I did read your letter in advance of our of your testimony. And so, but one thing I'm not clear on, and also I want to let you know that since I'm from Washington State, but I have been to Sandpoint, King Cove, Cold Bay, Akitan, Falls Pass, and I've even been to Nelson Lagoon. So I'm familiar with Aleutians East Borough. But what I didn't get from your testimony was it seems like you indicate that because you had a survey this year and it went well, with the exception of Sinac. I think you mentioned that the trough that didn't get surveyed, but are you going to have a winter pollock fishery? That's the part I didn't get. I'm looking at the tax sheet stuff. I'm trying to figure out, are you going to have a winter pollock fishery in the Western Gulf for this year?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Down. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't make that clear. This year we do anticipate having an a season fishery, even with the additional reductions at the SSC level. It will be smaller. I think it's almost half maybe of what it would have been. But yes, this will be the first year that we will have an actual race fishery.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Levy, for testimony. So from your perspective, the next steps on working through this, in addition to sort of coming and highlighting it here, I'm assuming that you've sort of got plans to continue to work the issue through the upcoming survey priority discussions. I'm wondering though, are you also going to continue to work with the Science Center to explore alternatives to the white ships? Because as I think you've heard at this meeting previously, white ship availability is going to continue to be more challenging than any of us would like over in the near future. So I guess I'd like a little bit more about what the borough thinks the next steps are, given the fairly compelling need that you've described.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. So, yes, to all of that. I think we're in discussions right now, and I think maybe it will take a lot of homework to figure out what would be some alternative ways to move forward. But one thing I have suggested and briefly talked to stock assessment authors about is sort of resurrecting an older, I think it was a kind of 2007 through 12 timeframe cooperative study that the borough did with AFSC to conduct a small supplemental survey using a local chartered vessel and scientifically calibrated, hydroacoustics. And so I think the bigger question that we need to talk to stock assessment about is whether that data is useful to the stock assessment. It's definitely, I think, useful to the apportionment. So I think that would be maybe one avenue if we just want to continue looking at getting good apportionment data every year. I don't think it necessarily translates into, data that can jive with what the MACE survey gets. So I don't know that it could contribute to the actual stock assessment model itself. But I definitely think that would be an appropriate avenue to look at. And we are willing to do that. I think, we need to talk to MACE, but it sounds like the Science Center might be amenable to a solution like that as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Levy. I need to brush up on my math on things about how the apportionment scaled. But you said that in 2022, 1.97 produced a scale total of 2.45%. And then in 23, a slight increase to 2.45% produced a scale of 6%, which may potentially allow for a race fishery. Can you give me just an idea of 2.45 is not enough? 6 is? Is there, I mean, I know it's not a pure science here, but can you give me kind of where that threshold might be?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Scott. So I don't think I could give you an answer off the top of my head because the apportionment calculations are pretty complex and they change year to year based on both any new apportionment survey data, but also based on the model estimates. And so in order to create stabilization from year to year in areas where there's no new survey data for apportionment, the stock assessment authors will update their calculations based on that year's model assessment total biomass. So you'll see it kind of changes from year to year. So I don't think I could give you any hard threshold, but like I ran some numbers for this year to just look at what would happen if we had used older survey data and we didn't have a survey this year. And I think the threshold for average percent biomass is like maybe somewhere between 3.5 to or 1 to 1.5%, which basically the scaled total would have needed to be, I think, 3.5 to 4%, give or take. But that changes from year to year, based on the biomass estimates coming from the model. So hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is John Warrenchuk.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist with Oceana, conservation group dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today on Gulf specifications. I know every year this is a challenging job given the massive fisheries that you're considering here. But I want to remind you that there are smaller, less abundant fish stocks that still need your attention. And with that, I want to encourage the council to spend a little more time, not even just a little more time, quite a bit more time on rockfish. Very quickly, we're seeing an effort that's to combine what used to be constraining tax for rockfish and other kinds of species into area-wide ABCs and OFLs, overfishing limits. And this is particularly concerning for the other rockfish group. It's been a little difficult to follow the navigation of this issue, but I was concerned about the SSC's conclusion and explanation why they thought they could combine, or why they were recommending combining the other rockfish group into an area-wide ABC. I do want to mention here, like that is a complex of long-lived rockfish. It includes yellow eye rockfish, which is a desirable, and many other species that are desirable by sport, charter, and subsistence fisheries. And all across the state, there have been increasing, not decreasing, trying to decrease catches of yellow eye rockfish in that group. In fact, I did click the box for visual aid, and I didn't realize that I've been flying around since Sitka with this, TSA has let me, with this rockfish release mechanism, which is now required in Southeast Alaska for any sport fisherman or anyone who's fishing on the bottom for fish. And the intent of this is because yellow eye rockfish is no retention in Southeast Alaska. If you catch one, it has to be let go. And so you put it on a hook, you put it on here, you send it down to the bottom, its swim bladder then decompresses and hopefully it wiggles off the hook to spawn another day. This council is going the exact opposite direction by combining an OFL or an ABC for a group that includes yellow eye rockfish in the entire Gulf. And I don't think the public and other sectors that may be affected by this have entirely been tracking this issue and given it the attention it needs. So while the SSC starting to go through their stock process is saying that, you know, all these rockfish are related, they're not genetically different. But we're ignoring a few facts here. One is, and this is in the stock assessment report, yes, rockfish, if they're locally depleted, and we don't use that term enough here, depletion, that will be the issue you face in a few years if you do this, localized depletion of these types of rockfish. Stock assessment author says, yes, they can be depleted, but they will replenish, and it will take a long time, you know, on the order of evolutionary time, glaciation time. So while they are related and their larvae disperse, you got to think about source and sink populations. You got to think about how you will replenish populations of rockfish. And these are, you need to handle these with kid gloves. So one way to put it. Yellow eye are endangered down in Washington State, I believe. And you can see this kind of trend occurring for rockfish up and down the coast. So, you know, with that, I'll conclude here on Gulf. You know, this does relate to many other issues associated with rockfish. I'm concerned that the agency is promoting expansion of the rockfish fishery into untrawlable, you know, supposedly rougher habitats. The industry, they did a cooperative survey using the giant roller gears that the Amendment 80 fleet uses to prospect into those habitats. They say they fish those habitats already, but you know, this is the gear with the most kind of damage to that rocky, structurally complex habitat that yellow eye and all these other types of rockfish rely on. I do want to mention now that I remember, deep sea corals are actually listed as essential fish habitat for yellow eye rockfish and some of these longer lived rockfish groups. And that relates to my next testimony coming up around essential fish habitat. And these are the types of impacts that have not been discussed during this EFH review. We're still tearing off a 2005 EIS. Your tax specs here are already in the Federal Register. So you're not really giving the public time to really digest and or even the scientists time to really give you some advice on what you would do if you did deplete local rockfish populations. Thank you, and I'll conclude my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. When I heard that, I had the same impression. We have descending devices. It's required everywhere in Alaska for any sport fish to use it, and we've experienced closures in Area 3A for rockfish this year for the first time. So I had the same initial response to it, and I guess before we jump to conclusions, I was hoping to give the authors a chance to describe why they were doing that, because I can't think of another stock that's managed coastwide at the moment that's doing real well. And so I was hoping for that. What are you asking us to do? To carefully consider it? I don't think it's a decision point now. I think we can still talk to the author and ask them why they're doing that, and if they think it'll lead to localized depletion, or maybe in some way they're thinking it will improve the status of the stock, not harm it. So I guess I'm wondering what your ask is, and if you've had a chance to talk to those folks about why they're doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro, through the chair, for the question. I've not had a chance to talk directly, and I'm not even sure if that, I'm unclear if that was a recommendation from the authors or the plan team or the SSC. I think there is some, you know, my observation is a lot of the advisors that this council has do feel sometimes they have a fairly narrow set of recommendations they can give the council. And so, for example, the SSC is only supposed to advise you on the OFL and ABCs. And you heard during the SSC report yesterday some it was hard for anyone to say localized depletion. I don't even think that word came up. Management concerns was the term. So I guess that maybe is a break in the process. Who raises management concerns? Is it the stock assessment authors? Is it the public? Is it the managers? Is it the fishery agency, or who? Well, I think it's all part of the same process. So we're raising it here, and the ask here is to not do the split out yet. I think there's still some management concerns to discuss and some outreach to do. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the ask as well, because the council doesn't have the opportunity to change ABCs that we receive from the SSC. And we've been told these are incidentally caught species, so no one's targeting them in these particular areas. But that the SSC is really asking for us to give a close look, that if they're doing their job to create the specifications at the level that Magnuson requires, is there yet another tool that the council could use if there is some more caution that would be necessary to address the concerns you have? So are you asking the council to consider those kinds of tools, or setting tax in a different way, even if ABC is rolled up at the level that's necessary to reflect the stock structure?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. That's a good question, a tough question that I don't think I could answer on the fly here. I think, though, you do still have lots of latitude within, setting optimum yield as reduced from MSY because of social, ecological, or economic concerns. And maybe we have a little hiccup or break in the tier system here for the way it gives stock, or way it gives catch advice. Yellow eye is still a tier, what is it, 6? So it's an average catch. That's supposedly the best we can do. So yeah, I guess I'm asking to use all your tools available to avoid localized depletion and protect and conserve rockfish.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Warrenchuk, first a comment. Words do matter. And the SSC doesn't advise us on OFLs and ABCs, they establish them. And to Congress, that difference between advising and establishing made enough of a difference that they actually, when they reauthorized Magnuson a decade ago, changed those roles. So I probably don't always succeed either at using the right verb, the right time for that. But I think it is important to remember that the SSC is the arbiter of both OFL and ABC. As you were describing the work of the SSC on this, and I don't remember the exact words that you used, but you attributed a finding to the SSC in your testimony, and it wasn't one I was familiar with. It didn't sound right to me. So I was wondering if you could point me to where the SSC has said what you indicated in your public testimony that the SSC has told us about their reasoning. Is there a point in their minutes where you could actually show me where they said what you told us they said?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, I'm not following your question. You heard my testimony. Like, what's your question? What did I say that you think the SSC said that you are having an issue with?
I tried to quote it. I tried to write it down, but you were moving quickly. I was also trying to listen to you. Do you have your testimony in front of you?
Well, we could ask the gentleman to your left there. Who tracks these things? I mean, this is
Yeah, I think maybe we
I'm-
can have this conversation.
well, I would like to follow up that, yeah, words do matter. And I'm up here on a Sunday morning to provide some conservation concern around rockfish. And I've sat through all these testimonies. I've sat through presentations at the SSC and the stock and the plan team. And there are some issues that are falling through the gaps here. I'm not sure what you backing up to what the SSC is recommending, the ABCs and OFLs. That's true. The management policy to combine things, I think that's a larger issue that both the council and NIMFs and the stock assessment plan team and the public work on jointly. And same with the ABCs and OFLs. I mean, that's a big, long process. And, you know, I don't understand your criticism, frankly.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Ms. Kimball, do you have another question?
I do have another question. One of the recommendations from the SSC was to put certain 3 to maybe 4 rockfish species through our spatial management policy, which tries to draw out what's the appropriate level of spatial management at the ABC level based on the evidence for stock structure and if there's management implications from that. Is that a recommendation from the SSC you support?
Yes, yeah, then thank you for flagging that. That did seem to be one approach that you could take, a spatial management or a deeper dive into where and how yellow eye and other groups are being caught. Our concern is the take of other rockfish, which is largely Central Gulf, 150 tons of yellow eye rockfish, 70% of that from the trawl, and then 20 or 30 tons off of Yakutat, 75% of that from trawl. That, and right now with a low ABC in the Western, or in the is it the Western or Eastern? That might give the rockfish program more opportunity in that area, into deeper canyons, off the slope, into other habitats. There just may be more rockfish opportunities now if they're not constrained by a smaller ABC. But that spatial approach, I think, could be a way to look at that a little deeper. Yeah, so thanks for flagging that. And sorry, just to back up, Mr. Twite, I think the SSC's recommendation is on page 44, and it's to combine the ABC into that overwide OFL. That was the recommendation that I was specifically talking about. And I think that's what you were referring to.
Thanks. I had actually read that and I didn't see where they said that could do that because there wasn't much stock structure. That was the part. And I thought I heard you suggest they had said there wasn't much stock structure. I saw that for POP where they actually addressed stock structure. I didn't see that for the other species.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I think we can probably look a little bit, I'll review those a little bit closer. But thank you for sharing your concerns, Mr. Warrenchuk. Appreciate your time. Okay, last up is Julie Bonney.
Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'm a little on the Christmassy side today. I wanted a couple comments. First of all, we support the AP motion for specifications for this action, the tax sheet and all the PSC and all the other pieces. I also wanted to support the area apportionment for other rockfish that would be implemented in 2024, and then also splitting the complex in 2025 fisheries, which would be the DSR, which includes yellow eye, plus 6 other rockfish species. And then the other rockfish, the remaining 20 would be another complex. Piggybacking on to what John had said, you're actually moving forward with more conservation. Basically, the stock assessment, the plan teams, the SSC, and you as a council have determined that the 27 rockfish within the other complex really doesn't reflect the biology of those rockfish. And so therefore it should be divided into 2 complexes. And so what has happened was that the area, sub-area apportionment for DSR, which is mostly all taken by fixed gear, would go into place in 2025 because that's when you do your southeast assessment for DSR. So that way they link up within the specification process. And then you would have another rockfish complex remaining that would be also implemented in 2025. So instead of waiting on the sub-area roll-up for 2025 or 24 fisheries, the plan teams and the SSC agreed to do that at this point. What that actually does is it minimizes wastage within the fisheries because your ACLs is at the Gulf level, and the sub area is what determines the management action within those areas, whether it's on a bycatch only status or a PSC status. So I think you're meeting two objectives. One is you're being more conservative with the rockfish moving forward, and you're also minimizing waste within the fisheries that you're managing. So I think you get a gold star for that. But the other part that I wanted to talk specifically about was the other minor rockfish species in the Gulf of Alaska. So if you go back in history, rockfish was managed as one gigantic complex. It was called the other red rockfish. And so all the directed fisheries, all the incidental species were all managed within that. And then you ended up with an overfishing determination for POP. And there was a massive scramble to build in conservation to protect rockfish species. So over time, what has happened is now we have a POP TAC category that's managed at the sub-area level. We also have a Duskies, which is at the sub-area level, and we have northern rockfish. And so what's happened is you've got these minor species that were part of that complex that's your management structure hasn't kept up, so to speak, because you've just got these minor species that are incidentally caught across the Gulf of Alaska that are difficult to survey because of the trawlable habitats, and also determining the spatial management in terms of whether it should be Western Gulf, Central Gulf, West Yakutat, Southeast. So the plan teams and the SSC have been focused on that issue in terms of the balance between conservation for the rockfish species and also how it interacts with the management, and the prosecution of the fisheries. So that being said, one of the recommendations at the SSC meeting was to take a finer look at the other minor rockfish species in the Gulf of Alaska, which includes short-raker rough-eye black-spotted, and thorny head. And I'm in favor of taking a holistic look to see how those species stack up and what the appropriate management in terms of the spatial management in the Gulf of Alaska to basically balance conservation and the management of the fisheries. So I think that's all I have to say, and thank you very much for all of your hard work, and we're looking forward to a good fishing year in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. See if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie, for your testimony. And I guess similar question that I asked the previous testifier about to take a look. Does that mean consistent with the SSC recommendation to whether you use the spatial management policy or some other vehicle to look at what the appropriate spatial management is at the APC level for the three species you mentioned?
I don't know that it needs to be part of the spatial management policy. It could be. I think the basically based on the conversations with some of the assessment folks and the SSC and plan team folks, that really needs to be part of the plan team, that whatever comes out needs to be part of the discussion at the September plan team meetings. Versus that way they have time to get the information together and kind of have a deliberative decision process, both within the plan team and through the SSC and the council process. So for individuals that feel that they're not part of the conversation, that'll give them lots of time to catch up.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Bonnie? Appreciate your time. Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question for Ms. Bonnie. I just wanted to clarify one point. In testimony prior, and my questioning may have left some folks with the impression that Mr. Warrenchuck wasn't relaying very well what was in the minutes. I really appreciate him pointing me to page 44. And as I reread a sentence I'd clearly missed when I'd read through it earlier, indeed, it says almost exactly what he said it said, and I appreciate his pointing me to it, and I apologize for pushing hard on that. And I very much appreciate him sticking to it and pointing me in the correct direction.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuck. So with that, we've concluded staff presentation, REP report, and public testimony on C4. I think we'll take a 5-minute stand down and come back for council action. Welcome back, everyone. So we are reconvening after completing the agenda item C4. I'll ask if the council is ready to take action. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. Motion reads, the council approves the 2023 Gulf of Alaska Safe Report. The council approves the final 2024 and 2025 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for overfishing levels and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax as shown in the attached table 1. The council clarifies that the specification of other rockfish will be OFL and ABC at the Gulf-wide level with apportionment of ABC across the sub-areas as recommended by the SSC. The tax for both Gulf Pequod and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in attached table 2. There's a typo. The 2024 and 2025 Pacific halibut PSC limits, allowances, and apportionments in the Gulf are attached in tables 3, 4, and 5. The council approves the halibut discard mortality rates for 2024 and 2025 as shown in the attached table 6. And with a second, I'll briefly speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Just very briefly, similar to the Bering Sea, this is a culmination of a years long work. Very appreciative to all of the entities, the plan team and the SSC and the AP working through this process and all the public that provides testimony throughout the process, not just here at the council at this meeting. I don't have a lot of other talking points. I think this is reflective of what the staff said with a very, very slight change from the AP motion to just reflect a mistake that was made when that was passed over to them, but otherwise is the AP motion. I do have in the third line of the motion, this clarification, and I just want to assure the council that's not trying to make a change from what the SSC recommended. If you recall in our October preliminary harvest specs motion, the motion was trying to be aligned with what the SSC wanted to do in terms of sub-area ABCs in rockfish for 2025. And the SSC has since made a change to that. So this line is really walking back that October piece of the motion and is just being very clear that the SSC is the one that has the responsibility for specifying OFLs and ABCs. And we take those recommendations from the SSC and we'll continue to do that in 2025. Otherwise, I think everyone's very familiar with the reductions from ABC to account for the state water fisheries. So I don't think I need to walk through all of those. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, any amendments? Okay, any comments on the motion? Thank you. We appreciate your work on this, Ms. Kimball. So I think we are needing a roll call vote on this motion. So Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on the 2024 to 25 Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Okay. Any further action on this? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I do have actually 2 additional motions for council consideration. I'll wait for to be posted. The motion reads, the council recommends NOAA and council staff review available data and recommend species level socioeconomic indicators appropriate for the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, the ESPs, to complement FMP level data in SEPO and the Economic Safe Report. The indicators could potentially reflect employment, scale and distribution of participation, markets and product forms, major cost components, and other factors associated with each species warranting an ESP. If reliable and timely data are available at this level, these indicators would be reviewed by the SSC. This review could also include whether there are ecosystem level socioeconomic indicators appropriate and useful to add to the ecosystem status reports, or other refinements to the timing or aggregation of information presented in the SEPO and the economic safe reports. And with a second, I will speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Sakata. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sagata. This really stems from our discussion with the SSC chair and reviewing their report. There was just very strong language in the report, if you recall, on the need to get to this point. We do not currently have and have been trying to get to a point where we have socioeconomic indicators that could be used in the ESPs at the species level so that we have that information available to us for review when we do tax setting. That doesn't mean we don't have socioeconomic data already provided to us. We have these other reports. We certainly have public comment, which provides a lot of that. But the SSC for many meetings has been asking for some socioeconomic indicators at the species level that we could be providing or be provided. And it's their role to review that information, kind of ground truth that information as background for us in tax setting. So this first part of the paragraph is really trying to get to that point. It's a push, I think, for a request or an effort that has just been stalled a bit. I'm hoping that NOAA and council staff can work through this. I also have caveats in here about the data, hoping to be reliable and timely, since as is expected, sometimes the socioeconomic data by the time it gets to us is not timely and it doesn't make sense anymore for the fisheries in which we're talking about. So I hope that discussion happens. The second part of the motion, that second last sentence, I guess, is that the SSC also said, are there ecosystem level socioeconomic indicators that might be useful in the ecosystem status reports? And we've been using those ESRs primarily for our own information, but primarily as help in the SSC process to set ABCs so that they provide information that would help them determine in the risk table whether there is a reduction warranted based on ecosystem factors from max ABC. When asked, I didn't get a response on whether there are ecosystem level socioeconomic indicators and whether that would be helpful. Nobody could provide an example of one of those. But it was so strongly in the SSC report and from our the sociologists that sit on the SSC for us that it seemed as a second tier priority that it could be included in that discussion, and maybe something will rise from that discussion. I know the council can't dictate the timing of when this happens, but I do think it's important for us to respond to SSC members that for a couple of years now have been pushing very hard to get additional indicators. And then I think when that comes back through the SSC, we can be very clear on where those are used. This is not an intent to change our ABC policy, which is very clear stated direct policy that only biological factors are used to set ABCs. Socioeconomic factors can be used in determination of tax. So I know this is a little bit different, and I did not have the time to socialize this with all council members. So I'm really happy to answer any questions or contemplate a different direction if we can have that discussion.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I'm looking at this and I'm just, it seemingly this is a very good response. I think the SSC report will indicate that this is going to be helpful, but I'm just clarifying for my own good, the result of this motion. The way I read it is that we would receive back a list of what is possible to be provided in a timely manner for ESPs and for the ESRs, that we will be provided. Here is what is possible to provide for you for making these decisions. Then the council at some point could make a decision or not on what information we want to see. Is that what I would be voting on as a council member? Is that the intention of this motion?
Mr. Down, yes, that is the intent. Just to speak very plainly, we're requesting that this process take place. that we review the information, we see development of draft indicators that would go through the SSC so they could talk about whether those are appropriate and come through the council for approval.
Any other questions? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Kimball, for this motion. I appreciate you putting it on the floor and your explanation. I would agree with your characterization that the underlying issues related to this motion have been discussed at the SSC for a little while now. And I would also describe any forward progress on addressing those SSC points has been a little stalled. And so my hope is that if this motion passes, it would essentially provide some direction from the council to request discussions about what is possible. I think, I just hope that in those discussions, I think if we get the right people involved in those discussions, there can be a clear discussion of expectations and then what is practical to provide. And the most important thing, I think, in that discussion would be a clear reflection, thinking around the council tax setting process and how the potential information in the ESPs could contribute to decision-making for that process. That is our goal here. And I think when we start talking about all of the social and economic information we have available to us, which in my opinion is a great deal, but as Ms. Kimball noted, just aggregating it at the right level, determining how to use that in the different types of management actions that we take can be a little daunting. And so I appreciate the focus of this motion on the council's tax setting process, and also as a way to address those SSC concerns that have been raised a couple of times. So I'll support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I think Ms. Baker hit on pretty much everything that I was thinking I would say. I really appreciate you bringing this forward. And in the interest of time, I'll just say that I'll be supporting your motion. Thank you.
Not seeing any further comments. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. So I'll give this a try. Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Ms. Kimball.
I'm committing to this being the last motion I have on C4. Just wait just a moment. The motion reads, the council requests a brief discussion paper on 1, the stock structure status for Gulf of Alaska short raker rockfish, rough-eye and black spotted rockfish, and thorny head rockfish in the current ABC spatial management level, and 2, management or fishery implications resulting from alternative spatial allocations of ABC, i.e. if there are no conservation concerns, what combinations of subareas are necessary to reduce or avoid fishery management implications. This paper should be provided for the September Gulf Plan Team process and subsequently reviewed by the SSC and Council. With a second, I'll briefly speak to it.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. This is just such a complicated issue sometimes getting into rockfish, and I really worked hard to sort through it. But when you boil it down, this comes down to an SSC recommendation. We even heard some support for that in public comment on really reviewing the stock structure status for these rockfish species. I did not include other rockfish only because the SSC went through that process and made a determination at this meeting, and I didn't want to unwrap that. But if that comes into this conversation during this paper, that's not out of bounds, I don't think. But really, we're going through the process of saying, what is the evidence for stock structure, and at what level does that denote spatial management as necessary under Magnuson? And even if we wanted to be as conservative to continue to allocate those species out at the individual sub-area level, what kind of management implications does that create? And is there a way to avoid those management implications and still have the same level of precaution for managing incidental rockfish species? So this really, it doesn't need to be called the spatial management policy, but it really stems from, I think, the SSC coming to us and saying, we don't want to create a change in spatial management that might create problems if there are no conservation concerns. So let us have that discussion before we make further changes. And so whether you're rolling up species or further separating species at a spatial management level, I do appreciate them highlighting this for us. And I felt like it was necessary to respond and say, yes, we should have that conversation. Let's do the discussion paper and see what's appropriate. So I appreciate the long conversation and discussion they had at the SSC. We received public comment too about just concern for making changes. I do think we're quite precautionary when it comes to these species. And I just want to make sure going into the future, not that they have to be all consistent across species, but we're managing at the appropriate spatial level. So I think this will get us there and get us that discussion and the ability to have public comment. I know we don't normally specify when we would get these back. And so I hope that's not too inappropriate to have in the last sentence of this motion. I just wanted to make clear that I wouldn't be interested in seeing this paper at a February meeting or an April meeting or some meeting unassociated or detached from our specs process. This is a specs motion. It goes with the specs. So I didn't denote this has to come back in September 2024. But when it does come back, it should be associated with our planting process and our specs agenda items. And I'll be glad to answer more questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kimball? Okay, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Just thinking about the timing there with the last sentence. Is it your intention that the council would review the discussion paper before it goes to the planting process? Or is that not necessarily what you're looking for? I guess that's the only place I'm a little unclear.
Thank you for the question. It's a really good question and not typically what we would do. And so maybe the chair or Mr. Witherell can help guide this. Because of the way we walk through the specification process, it felt like the only time that it would be appropriate for them to see it is at the start of that process, which would be the September plan team meetings. That means that paper goes there prior to the council seeing it, but then would be reviewed subsequently by the SSC and council. And if there's a better way to do that or another suggestion, or if council members are uncomfortable with that, we should definitely have that conversation because normally we would see a paper prior to the public.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, Ms. Vanderhoven. The groundfish plan teams typically review information reports that might play into how they're going to recommend their specifications to the council. I think the process you've laid out is really ideal in that the paper would go to the plan team. That same paper would be available for the SSC review and the council review. It's one and the same paper, but it would be incorporated in the plan team reports, but also attached to the agenda item. So you could really get into the details if you wanted.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, any amendments? Motion. Okay. Give this a try. Well, any comments first? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think this is a really, it's really focused on an issue that's right in front of us right now. And I think it's well focused and useful there. As I look at it, I'm also thinking that as we work through this particular issue in this way, as you've described in your motion, after we've done that, I think I'll at least also be kind of watching it in terms of, does this help us at all with some of our sort of larger confusions around the spatial management policy in general. And not just at our end, but I think the SSC as well. It's a good policy, but I think we're still struggling a little bit with exactly how it initiates and sort of who initiates in particular. And I think this could, just as a sort of a case study for that larger, once we've worked our way through it, really be helpful, at least for individual council and SSC members, to sort of more clearly understand how that process can work. So I really appreciate your taking advantage of the way you have here with your motion of this to hopefully help us in a larger sense as well. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Down?
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Kimball's motion here. I appreciate the fact that you'd mentioned that you'd worked hard on this, and I've thought a lot about this myself since it came up, and you know, many of the slides we were provided in our lengthy plan team presentation were on rockfish. Many more slides than we had on pollock or cod or anything else, or maybe even pollock and cod combined. So, and then with the SSC report, I think that it's necessary that we had a motion that addressed not only the public comment that we had on this, but the SSC's requests. That the SSC really would like some direction on this. And so I don't see any way around having, I don't think we're just making work for ourselves here. I think we're addressing an issue that needs to be addressed, and I appreciate that. And I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. I'm not seeing any other hands up. So thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I'm going to give this a try. Any opposition to the motion? Okay. That motion passes without opposition. Okay, I think we are ready to move on to, assuming there are no other actions. I'll ask Mr. Mesro for some assistance. I think we're ready to move on to agenda item C5, our EFH FMP amendments.
Morning, members of the council, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Sarah Reinsmith, council staff, and I'll just wait for Sarah LaBelle to get my presentation up before I get started today. So today I will be reviewing the FMP Omnibus Amendment Package as a result of the 2023 EFH 5-year review process. And so today I'll just walk through a brief overview of where we're at with the process, why this is being brought forward to the council at this time, the objective of the council at this time, and just some background on the EFH process as a whole. So the objective of the council at this review cycle is to review the proposed FMP amendments and recommend a preferred alternative for council action, as well as provide any additional recommendations outside of what has been discussed in the February 2023 meeting, which was the last time the council reviewed the 2023 EFH 5-year review. I will note that it's important to highlight there's no new information being brought forward or incorporated into the EFH 5-year review at this point. And the AP and Council reviewed the 2023 summary report in February 2023, which concluded the addition of new information and analyses into the 5-year review. So this analysis will be reviewing the FMP text that summarizes the changes to the FMP being brought forward as a result of the information within the EFH 5-year review for the 2023 cycle. So as a reminder, the objective of an EFH 5-year review is to review the EFH components and FMPs and revise or amend the 10 EFH components, which I'll walk through in just a second, warranted based on the best available information. The EFH 5-year review is a mechanism to ensure that NIMS and councils incorporate the most recent and best available science into the fishery management plans for EFH. And the 2023 EFH 5-year review concluded in February of 2023, and that encapsulates the most recent habitat-related literature and research developed in the North Pacific. So this is an abbreviated timeline that summarizes the EFH evaluation process. The orange box shows where we're at now, which is reviewing the environmental assessment. that staff has conducted in order to assess the potential effects of implementing updated habitat science into the 5 proposed FMPs based on the council action that was taken in February 2023. And that's linked in the PowerPoint up there. So if you want to see the council motion there. So in that February 2023 motion, out of the 10 components you see on the screen here, the 5 components in bold are what the council took action on to implement into the respective FMPs, and this initiated the analysis for an EA. So on the next few slides, I'll detail the council motion. For the sake of brevity today, I won't read through the entire purpose and need statement, but rather I'll read the last sentence, which encapsulates the intent of the purpose and need. And that reads, based on the 2023 EFH 5-year review, substantial new information is available to revise many of the EFH components of the 5 FMPs for BSAI groundfish, Goa groundfish, BSAI king and tanner crab, Arctic, and salmon species to incorporate this new information. The proposed alternatives are alternative 1, no action status quo, which would not amend the FMPs to incorporate new information, and alternative 2, the action alternative is to amend the FMPs to incorporate new EFH information as a result of the 2023 EFH 5-year review. Under the action alternative, there are specific actions to speaking to the 5 aforementioned bolded components, and I will walk through those. So as seen here, the council put forth to amend these 5 components under the action alternative. Implementing the action alternative would result in 1, amending the BSAI groundfish, Goa groundfish, BSAI crab, Arctic, and salmon FMPs to incorporate new EFH information maps and text descriptions. So that's component 1. Under component 2, it would amend the BSAI groundfish, the Goa groundfish, and the crab FMPs to include the results and updates of the fishing effects analysis that was conducted in the EFH 5-year review. Under component 4, it would implement new information for non-fishing effects for the BSAI groundfish, Goa groundfish, crab, BSAI crab, Arctic, and salmon FMPs. Component 7 would amend the prey species for BSAI sharks, BSAI pollock, Goa, Pacific cod, and BSAI red king crab. And lastly, component 9 would revise the research and information needs for BSAI, groundfish, Goa groundfish, crab, Arctic, and salmon FMPs. So at this point, I want to highlight that the 2023 EFH 5-year review did not address non-fishing effects or research or information needs for the salmon FMP. The council may wish to amend their initial motion at this time to reflect the substantive content of the EFH review process over the last 5 years. Absent additional council direction, it's staff's interpretation that the council's intent was to update the FMPs reflective of the comprehensive analysis that was provided in the 2023 EFH 5-year review summary report. Subsequently, the FMP proposed text in Appendix E, which is the proposed text for the salmon FMP, does not include updates to non-fishing effects or updates to the research and information needs for the 5 salmon species in the salmon FMP. So just for some orientation, the documents that you'll find on the E agenda are the 2023 EFH 5-year review EA for the FMP omnibus amendment package, and appendices A through E contain the proposed FMP amendment text for the respective FMPs where the action alternative is suggesting FMP amendments be made. So here I will walk through the results of the environmental assessment that was conducted for the FMP Omnibus Amendment analysis. And so given that the 2023 EFH 5-year review findings were consistent with the 2005 EFH EIS, which is seen in section 3.4 of the analysis, and no council managed fishing and activities have more than minimal and temporary adverse effects on EFH. There are no expected effects on groundfish, prohibited species, ecosystem component species, marine mammals, seabirds, ecosystem, or socioeconomic resource components. Consequently, further analysis is included only for the habitat resource component, as that's the only resource component that the proposed action may impact. So I'll summarize the effects of the proposed action alternative here on habitat for each of the components. As a reminder, the council and NIMS update their available habitat information and their understanding of impacts on fishing on habitat in their 5-year review process. This has been conducted in 2005, 2010, and 2016, implemented in 2017. These 5-year reviews, including the 2023 EFH 5-year review, have not indicated findings different from those in the 2005 EFH EIS, as I noted before. So I'll walk through the proposed effects under each alternative, starting with each component under alternative 2, starting with component 1, which would be updating the EFH maps and text descriptions for the BSAI groundfish, GOA groundfish, BSAI crab, Arctic, and salmon FMPs. The effects of the alternatives on habitat for this component would be updating the EFH information based on the analyses that were provided in the 2023 EFH 5-year review. And as a note, the updates to the salmon FMP under component 1 are consistent with updating EFH to include the best available science. However, these maps and text descriptions were not a byproduct of the 2023 5-year review, but rather they're just updating the species distribution maps for the salmon FMP based on a paper in 2012. So that's updating the maps there, but it's not a byproduct of the 2023 5-year review. In summary, the potential changes in habitat impacts as a result of the action alternative are minimal because there's no changes to fishing operations or fishing activity that would occur based on the information that's provided in this review cycle. The action alternative under component 2, which is the fishing effects analysis, would update this fishing effects information and results of the analysis for BSAI groundfish, GOA groundfish, BSAI crab FMPs. As a result, the effects of the action alternative would be minimal and are incorporating the best available information into the FMPs. It's important to note that the findings of the fishing effects analysis found that no council-managed fishing activities have more than minimal and temporary adverse effects on EFH for any FMP species. Therefore, there's no additional action required at this time, and updates contained within the FMP would restate the findings of the 2023 EFH 5-year review for the fishing effects analysis. Under component 4, for the action alternative, there are no changes to regulations that will result for this alternative. The proposed action contemplated under the action alternative differs very little from the status quo, which was comprehensively analyzed in the 2005 EFH EIS, the 2010 EFH 5-year review, and the 2017 EFH 5-year review. As a reminder, under this component for the action alternative, the proposed FMP text for the salmon FMP contained in Appendix E does not contain updates for non-fishing effects, as it was not reviewed in the 2023 5-year review. The action alternative proposed for C7, updating prey species, would update the prey species table for the 3 BSAI species mentioned, the GOA Pacific cod and BSAI red king crab. There are no expected effects of the action alternative aside from updating life history information in the FMPs under this component. And lastly, the proposed action for component 9, the research and information needs, would update research and information needs for the BSAI groundfish, GOA groundfish, BSAI crab, and Arctic species based on the information provided in this review cycle. It would help progress and identify future EFH-related research priorities as defined in the FMP, and this aids in meeting the MSA requirement of highlighting areas of research in the FMPs as well as maintaining compliance with the MSA requirements for a 5-year review. The effects of the action alternative would be updating the EFH research-related questions. And as a reminder, the proposed FMP text for the salmon FMP contained in Appendix E does not contain updates for component 9, research and information needs, as it was not comprehensively reviewed during this review period. So that wraps up the effects under each component for the action alternative. I'll just briefly summarize the cumulative impacts of this action. So the staff has detailed the direct and indirect impacts of implementing the action alternative, and the direct impacts would include providing the most up-to-date EFH maps and text descriptions for species that would ensure the most accurate information is available. And this is beneficial to species as EFH is considered in the management of those species. A change in the designation of EFH has no direct impact, as there are no management measures or regulations associated with the designation of EFH, nor are such conservation measures required. The indirect impacts would include potential for impacts arising from the changes in the designation of EFH. as those text and maps descriptions represent the legal description of EFH that are used by NIMS to provide EFH consultations for fishing and non-fishing effects on EFH. So lastly, as a reminder, appendices A through E contain the comprehensive proposed FMP amendment text for each of the FMPs under each component. And that is all I have today. I just want to thank specifically Dr. Jody Pirtle, Molly Zaleski, and Megan Mackey for their contributions to the proposed FMP amendment text. And I'll take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan-Smith. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things. Sarah, could you confirm for me that these changes are all changes in wording, tables, figures in the FMPs, but there are no regulatory changes associated with this action?
Thank you for the question through the chair. That is correct, Mr. Witherell.
And follow-up question, assuming the council takes final action on the next agenda item, would that housekeeping change that's done on the EFH be incorporated also in the new crab FMP?
Thank you for the question through the chair. As you are all aware, there are several proposed crab FMP amendments at this meeting, and I kind of go through that in the next action or agenda item. But staff is closely tracking all those items, and all the proposed FMP amendment text will be implemented into the new FMP should the council wish to adopt that FMP. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Witherell, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. So I think we're ready to move on to our AP report. Just a reminder, any members of the public wishing to testify on C5, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. Mr. Wilkins.
Chair Jopnika, through the record, for the record, Paul Wilkins, as advisory panel vice chair. Right. Okay. Under agenda item C5, EFH FMP amendments, the advisory panel did take action, and the motion reads as follows. The advisory panel recommends alternative 2 for final action as indicated below. Changes from the council's February 2023 motion based on staff recommendation are indicated in strike through and underline. Alternative 2 preferred. Amend the council's FMPs to incorporate the updated essential fish habitat information based on the new and best available science information identified in the 2023 EFH 5-year review. EFH component 1, descriptions and identification. Amend 4 FMPs to update EFH descriptions and maps, including up to EFH level 3 information on habitat related vital rates. Add or revise the EFH text descriptions and add or replace the maps for 41 species or complexes in the BSAI FMP, 46 species or complexes in the GOA FMP, all 5 species in the crab FMP, and all 3 species in the Arctic FMP. For all 5 species in the salmon FMP, amend the salmon FMP by replacing the distribution maps with the EFH maps. EFH component 2, fishing effects. Update the fishing effects FE information in the BSAI, GOA, and crab FMPs to reflect updates to the FE model analysis and evaluation for the 2023 EFH 5-year review. EFH component 4, non-fishing effects. Revise the EFH appendices in the BSAI, GOA, crab, and Arctic FMPs where conservation recommendations for non-fishing activities are described. EFH component 7, prey of EFH species. Revise text or habitat description table information for 2 species of BSAI sharks, BSAI pollock, GOA Pacific cod, and BSAI red king crab in the BSAI, GOA, and crab FMPs. EFH component 9, research and information needs. Revise the EFH appendices with updated research and information needs in the BSAI, GOA, CRAB, and Arctic FMPs. Motion passed 14-0 with one abstention. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Appreciate your report and the AP's work.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to public testimony. Looks like we have two members of the public signed up. Beginning with John Warrenchuk.
Sorry for the delay. Good morning, members of the council. You know who I am. I was here just a few minutes ago. But for the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Apologize for a little bit of technical playing here, but I did press the button that I wanted to use a visual aid, and we haven't had a break yet. But yeah, here or figure two. Okay. Thank you for allowing comment today. My comments are on the review package in front of you. Quick to cut to the chase, you are prepared to take initial or final action, and Oceana would recommend that you delay final action on this because the analysis and the EA is not complete. And I've testified here a few times before. There are three components to your EFH management, and that includes both the identification of EFH, minimizing adverse impacts to habitat, and then finally actively and conserving essential fish habitat. And that component there is not part of this action. Actively conserving and enhancing EFH, you're moving forward with a package, or you're considering moving forward with a package that despite the pressures on the ecosystem and challenges being faced, we're not taking a look at alternatives for enhancement and conservation. There was no call for habitat areas of particular concern. There is no mitigation or addressing of localized impacts that can be quite severe. And one example of this, there's some art in the terminology of when are you compelled to take action. And the direction in Magnuson is if there are adverse impacts that are more than minimal and not temporary, more than minimal and not temporary. I want to remind the council and NIMS, you know, that this action is tearing off an EIS from way back in 2005. And that EIS actually acknowledged that there were long-term impacts to essential fish habitat. That's the not temporary part. There are permanent changes going on. Relatively permanent, not temporary. This map, as an example, you know, for lack of a better word, I like to call it red is dead. And teasing out the individual habitat features of the habitat effects, fishing effects model, just looking at, say, the long-lived habitat feature, something that would take a long time to grow on the seafloor, a long-lived sponge or a coral. The colors in this map indicate that if any of those types of habitat features were in these areas, they would be largely gone, extirpated from the area. These areas are 90 to 100% observed, those darker orange or red. And I acknowledge that these are not necessarily habitats you find a lot of, say, corals that might live long, but you do find sea whips, you find the sponges. Sea whips can be 70 years old. And the habitats are not actually that well surveyed. So you might find those kind of animals on the odd boulder here and there, the odd rocky spot, the odd gravel, even in the hard sediments or in the harder cobbles. But that type of habitat isn't as well surveyed. But if it existed here, anything that lived in it would be largely lost, or those long-lived species would be largely lost. And I'm just flagging this as an example of what this analysis is calling a minimal effect, not adverse enough to take action. And the reason for that is because your plan team authors and the SSC are not demonstrating the link between this amount of loss of habitat, this amount of disturbance, and the trends in the managed fish species. And that's a tough thing to show even in the best of times. And so when I continually come up here and ask for precautionary measures and to be conservative and to consider enhancement and conservation, this is the time to be doing that. This is the time to be seeking out those areas that have not been that disturbed by trawling and other types of fishing, finding those areas that are still relatively untouched, still relatively pristine. There are areas left in the Gulf and in the Aleutians that were not targeted by the factory trawlers back in the day. They still have lots of corals. There's still some pockets within the trawl footprint that have those kind of corals and complex habitats. But we're not talking about that in this action, and that is a failure of the process. And we would urge the council to take up that component before they close the door on this essential fish habitat action. With that, I'll just conclude my comments. My letter's in the record there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. See if there are any questions for you. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Warrenchuk, you indicated the analysis is not complete, and I get that you don't like the conclusions of the analysis, but my understanding is that the analysis does include an examination of the pertinent information as looked at relative to the pertinent standards for evaluating effects of fishing on EFH, and it's reached conclusions that are well documented. So I wonder if you could just elaborate on what you believe is incomplete.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, through the chair, for that question. When you go through the EA and the analyses, once you get to the section that I'm talking about, conserving and enhancing essential fish habitat, there are references to the past council actions that were taking 2005, 2006-ish. Maybe the flatfish, what do you call it? Roller gear, sweep modifications. But there was no analysis, no discussion of any sort of active, anything new, for lack of a better word. We pointed out some gaps, in areas where you could take action or you could consider some kinds of alternatives. And when we talk about the analysis being incomplete, that's part of what we're referencing, is that there wasn't a lot of time, very little time actually spent during this process to talk about that component of EFH, that enhancement conservation component. And, as some of our advisors tell us, we're probably past due a time for an EIS around essential fish habitat. I think that's a long way to answer your question, but that's maybe an EIS would be something that would bring out more of that kind of analysis I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm glad you brought up the EIS point, because I was going to ask you about that since you mentioned that in your testimony. So you're correct that the EFH EIS was from 2005. Is there particular information in that you believe needs to be updated? Are there particular new studies, new analyses that you believe staff have failed to consider at this point?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Curlin, through the chair. Yes, there are a few things that have been flagged both by the public and other scientists, including the Center for Independent Experts that reviewed the work way back in 2006 or so. And they made a few recommendations that still have not come forward in the EFH analyses. One is what do you do about impacts, localized impacts to habitat, areas that might be particularly disturbed or impacted, but are not being raised above the bar for action, but yet may be affecting localized areas. There's also still been concern around the impacts to long-lived species, long-lived components of habitat. And as I've testified at length, averaging the effects of those species within a fast-growing cohort of, polychaete worms or something does not give you a great indicator of the amount of change occurring to the habitat, especially if you're removing the most striking structure of the habitat. We've also, the interpretation of the fishing effects model, we think is being misinterpreted and misused. I could go on and on, but I think a lot of that's captured in our letters over the course of this agenda item. Thanks.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Warrenchuck, if we were to take your advice, Oceana's advice, and build in those additional components that you spoke of, do you have a sense of how much additional time it would take then, or how much that would delay our ability to adopt these new definitions of EFH? And from your perspective, is there sort of a balancing issue there between being able to implement EFH using an approach overall that's I think we all agree is a real improvement over prior approaches? The additional work would delay that ability, and how do you balance that against addressing some of the needs that you're arguing are important?
Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair, for the question. I don't have a sense of how long it would take. I mean, you could estimate, given other kinds of agenda items similar, it seems like a 3 or 4 meeting at least. But in terms of how you would balance, as you heard at the beginning, this is, even if you take final action, there's no management regulation or any sort of change that will occur. What updated descriptions or slight changes of the FH descriptions gives NIMFs some different areas to be consulting on federal actions that may affect essential fish habitat. But frankly, I think it's more important that you look at the habitat and conservation part, and that's the balance. I think, that's the council should be actively looking at those kind of management actions that can build resilience, and habitat protection is one of the best ones to do. And so I think the trade-off can be made for that reason.
Mr. Sakata?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Warrenchuck. Looking at the figure that you had put up, figure 2, I had noticed that, I guess, when I read things like the red colors show where nearly all long-lived habitat features are expected to be destroyed if they had been present. I'd like to look into this a little bit more. Can you give me the source of this table? I don't see a source for this.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sakata, through the chair, for the question. Yes, I could certainly, that is from results from the fishing effects model itself, but it looks a little different than maps you've seen of the fishing effects model, because we're just showing a single habitat feature, the long-lived species component of the fishing effects model. So it's just that one feature, and the predicted decline or disturbance level that you would expect. And yes, scientists use a lot of those if and expect and maybe terms, and that's just, science in a way, but it stems from the fisheries effect model directly, actually. So it's what the agency, the council, the SSC use to determine the adverse, whether the impacts, I guess, the fisheries impact. So yeah, I can provide the citation. We had to, we got the information from Alaska Fisher, or the modelers, the people who built the model.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification. The table that you presented to us, is that one that you created using the data out of it, or is that one that you took out of the fishing effects document somewhere? That's the source of that table would be helpful. If it's an agency document, I can find it too, but if it's one you created based on that information, I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Through the chair, the figure, yes. Yeah, those are maps that we made ourselves, and now I'm reading, yes, of course, we should have had a citation there. Those are maps of the fishing effects model run, but with only one habitat feature. So it's run, it's not run with the full suite of 27 habitat features that are all averaged with their recovery rates, and that gives you a different color scheme. And that's frankly where you come up with the conclusion that disturbance is low overall for EFH. It's because it's all averaged together. And so, yes, we took a little liberty here to just say, okay, let's just assume we don't have perfect knowledge of where corals and long-lived species occurred. If they were in the area, this is the impact they would have had.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Marissa Wisniewski. I need to work on that. Apologies.
You and me both, Madam Chair. Sometimes I forget. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Marissa Wisniewski, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. Since the 2005 EFH 5-year review, it has been determined that fishing activities did have long-term effects on habitat, but would not be detrimental to fish populations or their habitats. AMCC disagrees with the final part of this conclusion, in large part due to the dearth of region-specific evidence informing susceptibility and recovery rates, which are used in the fishing effects model. Analysis stated plainly that considerable scientific uncertainty remains regarding the consequences of such habitat changes for the sustained productivity of managed species. Quite plainly, this process hinges upon determining impacts to habitat, but is insufficient in describing what habitat components exist, how they are vulnerable, and how they contribute to fisheries. I echo the concerns of Mr. Warrenchuk. Today, I wanted to share more about the concern I have about the importance of benthic species and infaunal assemblages, which are critters in the sediment, for fishery sustainability. And my hope is that you can help me and other concerned public understand how we can assist this body and its advisory bodies in recognizing the essential role of slow-growing benthic species in EFH considerations. Our written comment speaks most directly to one habitat component, a slow-growing octocoral, which we continue to elevate. As described in our letter, the recovery code for sea pens in table A3.4 should be elevated from 2 to 4. We're also concerned about the inaccurate representation of susceptibility and recovery for sea sponges, and likely more that I simply haven't spent time understanding it. Bless you. These inaccuracies are particularly alarming for areas that have not had historic fishing pressure, where recovery from disturbance could take centuries. Beyond our concerns about coral and sponges, though, I've learned more about infauna since submitting our letter, and I'm excited to see infauna referenced as prey in the ecosystem status reports, which are super fascinating, and I truly commend the contributors to those reports. In one of the ESR presentations, infauna were listed as prey as being variable or unknown in their status. And my testimony is intended to underscore the importance of infauna and what is missing in the designation of unknown. Addressing this gap would advance awareness that is necessary for world-class management. Just this week, AMCC hosted an event which included an ecologist, Dennis Lees, who outlined why we don't have more robust scientific study about infauna, which are vital for productive habitat. The lack of robust scientific study comes from the limitations of sampling in the 1950s, which was limited to grab sampling, and the habit of scientists to study what was above or at least shallow within the sediment, or he calls the weeds of the seafloor. Subsequent studies simply expanded upon those established data sets. And Mr. Lees has arguably been a lone voice advocating for the recognition of a certain subset of infauna which contribute to ecosystem health, which he considers to be analogous to trees on land. It's helpful to envision Mr. Lee's framing of what he calls trees as generally inverted, with most growing deep into the sediment instead of out of it, like mussels, clams, and other burrowing critters. Some of these species are represented in the EFH model, but are not recognized in terms of their significance. Sublethal predation of both the weeds and the trees in the seafloor contributes a phenomenal stream of energy through food into the ecosystem. In a study in Cook Inlet, Dennis found that infaunal trees contributed 300 times more biomass in the ecosystem than the weeds, which are visibly much more abundant. And those same tree assemblages contribute 70 times more food through sublethal predation, where part of the animal is eaten and then regenerated like a lizard growing its tail. Additionally, the time required for those tree assemblages to recover from a disturbance, such as trawling, is far more likely to occur over decades, if not centuries, far more than the 2 to 4 years that have been proposed for recovery in disturbed sediments worldwide, including the model informing fishing effects here in the cold waters of the North Pacific, where things just grow more slowly. I share all this understanding that the EFH review is nearly complete. One of the research recommendations included in component 9 specified corals and sponges and habitat in the Aleutians, and I'm not quite sure how my concerns could be incorporated into alternative 2 under that section 12.1, but I do appreciate references to benthic communities and just want to stress that they should be considered in all regions managed by this body, both through the lens of fishing effects and non-fishing effects. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's hear if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I think this is a good time to take our mid-morning break. Let's come back at 10:45 and see if the council wishes to take action. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. I think that we are done with our staff presentation, public testimony, and AP report on C5. Does the council wish to take action? Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. Wait for it to come up on the screen. The council recommends alternative 2 for final action as indicated below. Changes from the February 2023 motion based on staff recommendation are indicated in strike through and underline. Alternative 2, amend the council's FMPs to incorporate the updated EFH information based on the new and best available science information identified in the 2023 EFH 5-year review. EFH Component 1, descriptions and identification. Amend 4 FMPs to update EFH descriptions and maps, including up to EFH level 3 information on habitat-related vital rates. Add or revise the EFH text descriptions and add or replace the maps for 41 species or complexes in the BSAI groundfish FMP, 46 species or complexes in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMP, all 5 species in the crab FMP, and all 3 species in the Arctic FMP. For the salmon FMP, replace the distribution maps for all 5 species with the EFH maps. EFH Component 2, fishing effects. Update the fishing effects information in the BSAI groundfish, Gulf of Alaska groundfish, and crab FMPs to reflect updates to the fishing effects model, analysis, and evaluation from the 2023 EFH 5-year review. EFH Component 4, non-fishing effects. Revise the EFH appendices in the BSAI groundfish, Gulf of Alaska groundfish, crab, and Arctic FMPs, where conservation recommendations for non-fishing activities are described. EFH Component 7, prey of EFH species. Revise text or habitat description table information for 2 species of BSAI sharks, BSAI pollock, Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod, and BSAI red king crab in the BSAI groundfish, Gulf of Alaska groundfish, and crab FMPs. And EFH Component 9, research and information needs. Revise the EFH appendices with updated research and information needs in the BSAI groundfish, Gulf of Alaska groundfish, crab, and Arctic FMPs. And that's my motion.
Thank you. Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. My motion supports amending the council's FMPs to incorporate the updated essential fish habitat information from the council's 2023 5-year review of the EFH components of FMPs, consistent with the 5-year review summary report the council approved during our February meeting in Seattle and the subsequent environmental assessment for the FMP amendments under this action. No rulemaking is necessary as part of this action, just amending the FMPs. The 2023 EFH review built upon the work from the previous EFH reviews using species distribution models to map EFH and the fishing effects model in the evaluation of fishing effects to EFH. This motion is consistent with Section 303A7 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which requires FMPs to describe and identify EFH, minimize to the extent practicable the adverse effects of fishing on EFH, and identify actions required to conserve and enhance EFH. It's also consistent with the EFH regulations at 50 CFR 600.815A10, which states that a complete review of all EFH information in FMPs should be conducted at least once every 5 years. The updated EFH descriptions and identification include improvements for many species and life stages, including in some cases EFH level 3 information, which identifies EFH as the areas supporting the highest growth, reproduction, or survival rates, which is a major advancement. A full review of the EFH components of the salmon and scallop FMPs was not planned for the 2023 EFH 5-year review. However, we're taking the opportunity here to make a correction to the salmon FMP. The EFH maps for the salmon FMP are not new in 2023, but correct an error from the FMP revision following the last EFH review in 2017, replacing the salmon distribution maps with salmon EFH maps from the 2017 EFH amendment package. Species distribution models are in development for the new salmon EFH maps. Species distribution maps are in development for new salmon EFH maps for the next 5-year review, which is scheduled for 2028. The updated fishing effects analysis incorporates improvements to the fishing effects model and associated analysis, supporting a conclusion that the council's FMPs are meeting the requirement to minimize to the extent practicable the adverse effects of fishing on EFH. We heard public comments related to scientific uncertainty, the potential for long-term effects that we don't fully understand, and uncertainties with the fishing effects model. None of those issues contradict or are inconsistent with moving forward today, and moving forward today doesn't impede the council from addressing those issues further as more information becomes available. The council and NIMS can and will continue to evaluate the effects of fishing on EFH, whether to initiate a call for habitat areas of particular concern or other management measures to minimize effects of fishing further on EFH is a discretionary action. It's important to acknowledge scientific uncertainty, but at the same time, the council and NIMS must act based on the best available information and can take further action as warranted over time. On a couple of the other components here, the updated evaluation of non-fishing effects on EFH incorporates new analysis and conservation recommendations for activities other than fishing, such as coastal construction projects. The updated descriptions of prey, revised prey information for several managed species, and the updated research and information needs clarify current data gaps. Overall, the information included in the 2023 EFH 5-year review represents an impressive update on the best available science to incorporate ecosystem-based fishery management and to help the council make better informed decisions on issues that are related to habitat for managed species, which of course is precisely the intent of the EFH provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. In closing here, I'll just note that in a past life, I was intimately involved with the agency's implementation of the EFH provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act on a team that took the EFH language Congress provided in 1996 and figured out a way to operationalize it, including development of the regulatory guidelines that remain in effect today and help the councils meet the intent of the EFH provisions. And I noted this back in February when we took final action to approve this EFH 5 review, but it bears repeating that we have come a long, long way in the sophistication of describing and identifying EFH, minimizing effects of fishing on EFH, and identifying other measures to promote the conservation and enhancement of EFH. This current package of amendments to the council's FMPs reflects that hard work, and I'd like to thank and congratulate everybody from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, the Alaska Region, Department of Fish and Game, the SSC, and others who've contributed to that steady evolution over time. Having this information in our FMPs is an important foundation for the council's approach to ecosystem-based fishery management. And Madam Chair, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there any questions? Motion. Very thorough rationale. Any amendments? Any comments? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Curlin, for the motion. The Ecosystem Committee had the opportunity, and I think I spoke to this similarly when we actually adopted the EFH and completed the review, as Mr. Curlin mentioned at a previous meeting, but just bears, I think, bears mentioning again that the methods that have been developed for this 5-year review are really both groundbreaking, but they're also, I think, going to yield dividends and providing a broader foundation to more of our efforts than just EFH, defining EFH. Some of the methods that have been developed, particularly the species distribution modeling, are of, I think, utility to additional implementation, as Mr. Curlin mentioned, of ecosystem-based management, just through helping fuel some of the models that we're really looking to rely on as we continue our transition towards ecosystem-based management. Just the science background here is really impressive. And on both a national and a global scale, it's also, it's cutting edge work. And I think we really can be proud of what we've been able to accomplish. There's always additional challenges in front of us on this, and we should look forward to those. And I think that's kind of how I heard the public testimony, was more the things that we still need to talk about and grapple with and address for future rounds. But I think putting the final cover on this, and we've already done it largely as the council in accepting the EFH review, but I think this is the appropriate time to put a cover on this and begin looking forward to the next, as well as actually being able to put these to use in the consultation process and the other ways that we use EFH.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any other comments on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to throw out a couple things. You know, I mean, honestly, I was a little bit torn just on the basis of doing initial review and final action at one meeting on this. I do recognize, though, that we've been down this road for a while. The agency signaled to us quite a while ago that we were going to head down this road, and that we were going to be updating this. We had the 5-year reviews. We've had, so I don't have anything particularly. I listened through to public comment and tried to make some notes, come up with a list of things that I thought maybe could be added if we were to have delayed this action. And I just really couldn't come up with a good, compelling reason to delay the action. But I think there are some things with the crab life stages. I think that crab will be substantially updated. And so there's some, many good things about what we're doing. I just wanted to remind folks too, that as was pointed out in your rationale for the motion, Mr. Kerwin, that, we're not, nothing in this is going to change the regulatory management of the way that we manage the fisheries. And there is available process. I think anybody at any time that has a particular concern with some of the things we heard on sea pens and sponges and fauna and infaunal things that are unknown at this time, that we don't know a lot about. If some of that stuff becomes known, people have can at any time come to the council and ask for a HAPC nomination process to begin if they have something in particular that they would like to bring to this. So anyways, I just I have some concerns about doing this all in one action, but I'm not going to object to the motion. I think we've put a lot of time and effort into this, and I think we're making some. There's enough good things about the direction that we're headed here that I'm compelled to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. I appreciate the comprehensive rationale that you provided, Mr. Kurland. I think I don't have any concerns about doing the initial and final in this meeting, and in part because of the timeline that was outlined in our staff presentation, where we began this process in 2019 and then began in earnest in 2020 and 2021. So it's been a long time to do the substantive work. And I was really looking at this as just how to implement that substantive work. What is our requirement to then update the FMPs with all of the updated information? And I won't review what that is. I think we've heard that clearly from Dr. Kurland. So I was seeing this as our kind of technical amendment to have the culmination of all of this work put into the FMPs as is required under EFH. And I think the level of improvement that we've seen from the last 5-year review to this one, what we could expect in the next 5-year review, just continues to be impressive. So I'm very much in support of the motion. Don't have any concerns with taking action today. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down, you have another comment.
I do, yes. And so, I agree on the basis of what Ms. Kimball's saying. My comments on were more process comments to address what we had heard in public comment. But being that we started this in 2019, it's 2023 now, and our next review will come up in 2028. I think that there'll be adequate time as we start building towards that. And I think if we were to delay this, it could be an endless process. I mean, I do see your point, Ms. Kimball, that it could be an endless process of continuing to update. And so I think for that reason and the reasons that Ms. Kimball mentioned, that as I've already stated, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I think I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Witherall for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on final action for EFH amendments for council's fishery management plans, choosing alternative 2. Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesro.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Okay. Any further action on C5? Seeing none, I believe we're ready to transition to C6. Ms. Ryan Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Sarah Rhinesmith, council staff, and today I'll be presenting on agenda item C6, the BSAI King and Tanner Crab housekeeping FMP amendment. As a reminder, this is initial final action as well for the council. With that, I will get started today. There we go. So just as a reminder, the BSAI King and Tanner Crab housekeeping FMP amendment has been in the quote batter's box of the 3-meeting outlook for the past decade or more. And so staff wanted to try to get a start on this, and the council requested a housekeeping update similar to that was done for the groundfish FMPs back in 2004. There was no official motion initiating the analysis, and so staff has drafted a strawman purpose and need and alternatives. The council may wish to amend or confirm the drafted purpose and need, and I'll read that on the next slide. So the purpose and need reads as the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP was developed in 1989 and has since been amended 53 times. Since the FMP's implementation, crab fisheries in the BSAI have undergone substantial changes, including the establishment of a voluntary cooperative. Given the changes in the stock since the implementation of the FMP, the contents of the FMP are outdated and the organizational structure of the FMP is inconsistent with the other FMPs for fisheries off of Alaska. Housekeeping the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP is required to incorporate updated information consistent with MSA guidelines for an FMP. Additionally, the revised FMP should improve the organizational structure of the FMP for improved clarity in the document. The drafted alternatives read as alternative 1, no action or status quo, which would retain the current FMP as posted on our website. The action alternative or alternative 2 would replace the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP with a revised version to include updated contents on the status of stocks and fishing communities and allow for formatting consistent with other North Pacific FMPs. So just for some orientation of the documents that are on the agenda, the BSAI King and Tanner Crab initial final review draft is posted. This was preliminarily categorically excluded, so there was no need to perform an EA. So this documentation is just informative of the potential action alternatives. And in that analysis, you'll see table 2.1, which provides an overview of the considerable changes that the council may wish to weigh in on. These are not substantive and outside the scope of a housekeeping amendment, but it is staff wanted to bring these changes to the attention of the council so that they could weigh in on them and just confirm that they were appropriate for the housekeeping amendment. Appendix A to the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP initial final review document details a comprehensive list of the changes and the restructuring of documents. So you'll be able to see in the table here where a previous section was moved in the new FMP. The revised BSA King and Tanner Crab FMP incorporates all the changes that are shown in Appendix A, and staff posted an additional revised version with additional track changes given from guidance from the state on December 4th. So that was last Monday. And I wanted to be transparent to the public as well as the council on those minor changes that were made after the original posting of the document. Those include edits to sections and the definition of GHL, which is consistent with the most recent version of the definition, the section 3.3.2.1.2 CDQ allocation, which is updated based on the current allocation percentages that are used, and the in-season management terminology that would reflect those stocks that are managed under a GHL versus a TAC for specs. That's in section 3.5.2 and 3.5.10. So as for some background, the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP was initiated in 1989, and the last update of stock status and community engagement and other information that may change on an annual basis was conducted in 1998, so it's a little outdated and not reflective of the current stock status. The current version of the FMP can be found on our website, which is linked in the presentation. So this is my longest slide, and I apologize for the text size on this, but this is table 2.1 in the FMP analysis, the initial final document, and I'm going to walk through the considerable changes that were made in the document and where these updates came from. So the council may wish to weigh in on some of these, recognizing that the list is not all inclusive of the proposed changes, and the council can weigh in on any of the changes in the document should they want to. The first and most considerable change of the document was the structure. There are now 6 chapters and appendices A through F, and the restructuring of the document is consistent with the BSAI groundfish and the GOA groundfish FMPs. Additionally, section 3.4, which is the new crab rationalization section under the revised FMP, included some updates to the organizational structure of the section, content summarization and rewording of the terms to be consistent throughout, and updating some outdated language that was not included in FMP amendment. Here, I just wanted to highlight that language to be, there was a council motion in April 2019 indicating program review timing change to 7 years rather than 5. There was no associated FMP amendment with that, but staff felt that that should be reflective in the revised FMP. Additionally, for this section, when the rationalization program was implemented, the original council motion was pasted into the revised FMP with language of options and sub-options. And so staff has removed that language to make sure that is clear for the public. Section 4.2 is an updated version of the BSAI King and Tanner Crab stock status. This information includes ABC, TAC, mature male biomass, vessel participation, and retained catch from 2019-2020 season to 2022-23 fishing seasons. Staff recognizes this will quickly become outdated, but it's a MSA requirement to summarize stock status for all FMP species, so this must be retained in the FMP. Section 4.3 was restructured and moved from the previous Appendix D into the main document. This is the habitat section, and additional life history information was removed from the main document. As the new revised Appendix G, EFH includes life history information for all FMP species and is updated concurrent with the EFH 5-year review. So this was just an effort to reduce duplication within the FMP and have life history information be in one place in the FMP, and so it can consistently be referred to there. Section 4.5 and Appendix C was updating the fishing communities that are engaged in the crab fisheries, and this was updated based on the information provided in the ASEPO report or the annual community engagement and participation overview report. The fishing communities of Alaska engaged in federal managed fisheries done by Mike Fye in 2016. There were some updates for community engagement reference from that, as well as the baseline commercial fishing community profile updates for Acatan and Unalaska done by Mike Downs and Anna Henry in 2023. Section 5.4 was added as this is a fishery impact statement. This was based off of the EIS conducted in 2004 for the crab fisheries, as well as some information pulled from the 2010 5-year crab rationalization program review. This is a requirement of the FMPs per MSA guidelines, and this was not in the FMP originally. Appendix F, research needs, was added based off of the council research priorities in 2021 to 2023. Again, this is an MSA requirement of FMPs, and this was not in the FMP originally. So this is an overview of the changes that staff has made to the document. Again, I want to emphasize it's not a comprehensive list of the changes that were made, and so the council can weigh in on any changes that were made in the document. So now I'll just summarize the potential effects of the alternatives. Alternative 1 would be no action or status quo. It would maintain the current BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP as it is currently published. And alternative 2 would incorporate the best available science into the FMP as it pertains to status of stocks, fishing community engagement, and it allows for improved organization of the FMP to be consistent with other FMPs of fisheries off of Alaska. Alternative 2 does not make any substantive changes that would affect the status of stocks, fishing operations, or fishing communities. Alternative 2 does maintain compliance with MSA and provides an updated snapshot of the BSAI King and Tanner crab fisheries off Alaska, given the last updates were conducted in 1998. It may be beneficial for the council to update the current contents of the FMP based on the fluctuations in stock status in recent years to appropriately portray stock status, EFH information, community involvement, and other areas that are important to update for BSAI King and Tanner crab stocks. There are however, a few areas of the FMP that are outside the scope of a housekeeping amendment, and the council may wish to amend in the future. The first being crab rationalization section 3.4. Staff has updated this section to remove outdated language from the initial motion, i.e. removing those options, sub-options that I had mentioned earlier. And I also restructured the document in this section to provide a better organizational flow for the readers. However, it may be beneficial to provide a more in-depth review of the language used in the FMP to describe the program elements and operations that are consistent with the current regulations and maintain the program intent. This would require further staff time and additional regulatory expertise to appropriately address and restructure or potentially rewrite the section to make sure that it is the most up-to-date and reflective of the current rationalization program. Secondly, staff wants to address potential concerns with the tier system, section 3.2.1 of the revised FMP. But before I do that, I want to address a typo regarding the section in the analysis of section 3.1. It reads that the council may want to address the tier system in which there is no way to adequately determine overfishing. It should read overfished. For tier 5 stocks, given there exists no means to estimate stock biomass, which may violate MSA, which requires the council to determine if the stock is, it reads overfishing, again, it should read overfished. So staff received this guidance from general counsel, and it was suggested to inform that the council may wish to revisit the current tier 5 system approach, as it was advised that it not being able to appropriately address overfish status for tier 5 stocks may violate MSA 303.110, which states the council must be able to determine if stock status is overfished or not. So currently in our tier 5 stocks, we aren't able to make an overfish determination, given that we have no appropriate estimate of stock biomass. We are, however, able to determine if overfishing is occurring or not, based on total catch data from other fisheries. This is a conversation that's been brought up at the crab plan team with some of our tier 5 stocks, but again, this would require additional analytical lift that is beyond the scope of a housekeeping amendment. So staff didn't want to try to address these concerns in conjunction with this proposed action. Staff wants to highlight that regardless of the ancillary elements of the FMP that may require future attention and further analysis, implementing the revised BSAI King and Tanner crab FMP represents the best available science and exhibits substantial improvements to the organization of the document and accessibility of the information to the public. So I noted this in the last agenda item, as Mr. Witherall mentioned, but there are several proposed BSAI King and Tanner crab FMP amendments that are occurring simultaneous to this proposed action at this meeting. That being crab sea shares, crab facility use caps, and the EFH 5-year review omnibus amendment package. Should the council wish to move forward with replacing the revised FMP, staff, myself will be tracking these closely to make sure that implementation and the sequencing of these amendments are incorporated into the revised FMP, regardless of which action is implemented first. And lastly, I just want to thank everyone for reviewing this, particularly our counterparts at SF, as well as ADF&G and General Counsel for contributing to this and making sure that the edits made are not substantive or change the intent of the FMP. I'll take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to clarify something. So on the tier system recommendation, some of the changes that General Counsel's recommended on the tier system, and in this action, it's not being recommended that we change those, that would be something that's a little bit complex and outside the scope of what we're doing here. But when we do something about that, or if we do something about that and follow the guidance of General Counsel, is that something that's going to require a FMP amendment at that time, something the council would have to take up and that would be an FMP amendment, or is that just something that the plan team decides to do and the assessment authors change their assessment?
Thank you for the question through the chair. My thought process, should the council want to move forward with potentially looking at adjustments to our tier system, it would require staff time and as well as review by the CRAB plan team to look at our tier system. But ultimately, it would be an FMP amendment as we are looking at adjusting our current tier system. So it would require probably a larger analytical load that would look at revisiting our tier system and then a subsequent FMP amendment following that, should the council wish to move forward with that.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Ryan-Smith. Okay, next up, we have the AP report. Any members of the public wishing to testify on agenda item C6, please do sign up before the end of this AP report. Thank you.
Through the chair, for the record, Paul Wilkins, advisory panel vice chair. On agenda item C6, CRAB FMP amendments, the AP did take action. The motion reads as follows. The AP recommends the council take final action and select alternative 2 as its preferred alternative. This action would replace the current Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands King and Tanner Crab Fishery Management Plan with the revised version. Alternative 2, replace the BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP with a revised version to include updated contents, on the status of stocks and fishing communities and allow for formatting consistent with other North Pacific fishery management plans. And that motion passed 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Any questions? Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
So I'm not seeing any members of the public signed up to testify. Let's take a brief 2-minute stand down and we'll come back and see if the council wishes to take action. Council members, please come back to order. Sorry, that was a little longer than 2 minutes. I'll ask if the council is ready to take action on C6. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff and reads, the council adopts the following purpose and need statement and recommends alternative 2 as its preferred alternative. Purpose and need. The BSAI King and Tanner Crab FMP was developed in 1989 and has been amended 53 times. Since the last major update to the FMP in 1998, there have been many changes in the crab fisheries, crab stocks, and crab fishery management in the BSAI that are not reflected in the current FMP. Given these changes since the last major FMP update, the contents of the FMP are outdated, and the organizational structure of the FMP is inconsistent with the other FMPs for fisheries off Alaska. Housekeeping of the BSAI crab FMP is required to incorporate updated information consistent with the MSA guidelines for an FMP. Additionally, the revised organizational structure of the FMP will improve clarity in the document. Alternative 2, replace the BSAI crab FMP with a revised version to include updated information on the status of stocks and fishing communities, a fishery impact statement, and research needs as required by the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, and improved organizational structure consistent with other North Pacific FMPs. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I think that the primary points in support of this motion were really presented by staff in the presentation and through the analysis. I appreciate all the work that went into that. This housekeeping amendment includes technical corrections and other updates that do not result in changes to the management of BSAI crab fisheries or affect the status of stocks, fishing operations, or fishing communities. And as described in the proposed purpose and need for this action, there have been numerous changes to the crab fisheries, crab stocks, and crab management since the last major update to the crab FMP. And this housekeeping amendment is warranted to organize and update the FMP. As noted by staff, the draft revised crab FMP that's available on our agenda incorporates the updated stock status and community engagement information that reflects the best available science and adds a fishery impact statement and research needs that are based on the council's most recent research priorities as required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And as noted, the draft also revises the organizational structure of the crab FMP for consistency with the other North Pacific Council fishery management plans. As noted in the analysis, this amendment is preliminarily categorically excluded from the need to prepare an environmental assessment under the National Environmental Policy Act, because the action includes technical corrections and updates that do not result in substantive changes to the way BSAI crab fisheries are managed. Noting the timing for this action and the fact that we are proposing to take initial review and final action at the same time, the public and the council have had the opportunity to review the proposed changes. And the council did not receive any comments recommending modifications to the proposed changes that have been available or request additional opportunities for review. And this outcome, in addition to the non-substantive nature of the proposed changes to the FMP, suggests to me that it's appropriate for the council to take initial and final action at the same time. As noted in the staff presentation, the council took final action on 3 issues at this meeting. That would result in amendments to the crab FMP if approved by the agency. The intent for this motion is for staff to incorporate the council's recommended amendments for which we took final action at this meeting, along with any additional housekeeping edits from NMFS's review in the final version of the crab FMP. And finally, since I am proposing that we take final action, this action, I believe, is consistent with all of the national standard guidelines, particularly National Standard 2, to use the best scientific information available, in that this action would update the FMP with the best scientific information available including information about stock status and fisheries consistent with National Standard 2 guidelines to incorporate new scientific information into FMPs where practicable, and National Standard 8 to provide for sustained community participation in that the action would update the FMP with the most recent information for fishing communities engaged in BSAI crab fisheries. And finally, just really want to express more appreciation for all of the work that went into doing this. It was a long time getting around to this, and appreciate that it's been a priority for us to complete this for a long time. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have a question, and I believe you spoke to it, Ms. Baker. But I want to make sure I understand that with the new actions taken at this meeting that you mentioned for final action, we didn't have FMP amendment language associated with those actions, but the assumption through your motion, we would have that FMP amendment language added to this housekeeping amendment, and it would go through that action. So we would then be fully updated. Just want to make sure I understand that.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. My understanding is yes.
Any other questions? Any amendments? And comments? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I'll be in support. It feels pretty perfunctory, but there's actually a lot of detailed work behind this motion. I think we'll have to be maybe on the ball a little bit more to be consistent with updating our FMP every time we do a crab action. I really appreciate the work that went into getting this up to speed and the rationale provided for why it's important. So I'll be in support. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further comments. Appreciate your work on this motion, Ms. Baker. And I will hand it over to Mr. Witherall for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on taking final action to replace the crab FMP with revised language. Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Seaborn.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Any further action on this agenda item? Okay. So I think we're ready to transition to our staff report on C7 2024 Charter Halibut Management Measures. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Meriden, council staff, I'm just here to introduce C7. This is the Charter Halibut Management Committee report and analysis from ADF&G. So there's a couple parts to this agenda item. We will review the ADF&G analysis of proposed management measure options for 2024. This is a presentation that'll be provided by Brianna Bowman. She's a Alaska Fish and Game statewide bottom fish coordinator. We uploaded a revised version of the analysis that goes along with this. That's on the e-agenda. It just has a few small changes from the original version. And I believe Brianna's intending to speak to those in her presentation. That's the first part of this staff report. And then the second part, I will present the Charter Halibut Management Committee reports, both from the October 20th meeting and the meeting that we had on Wednesday. And that will include their recommendations for management measures. Both of those reports and the e-agendas that were associated with those committee meetings are attached under C7. Also wanted to direct your attention to 2 written public comment letters that we received under this agenda item. The tasks for the council here, one task is the committee forwarded a draft terms of reference. Since then, we received some non-substantive edits from Mr. Kurland. We incorporated those edits into the draft that's posted under the C7 e-agenda. You can see the original version that the committee looked at in their October e-agenda, but that one-page document with Mr. Curlin's edits is posted to C7. So you can review that as well. That draft terms of reference would need council approval to be finalized, to be posted to our website. And then the central task under C7, which is an annual task, is to provide recommendations for a range of charter halibut management measures for 2024 that will be forwarded to the IPHC. So with that background of C7, here is the staff presentation from Brianna.
Good morning, members of the council. I am Brianna Bowman. I'm the fishery biologist at Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the statewide bottom fish coordinator. And today I'll be giving the presentation of the analysis of management measures for Area 2C and 3A charter halibut fisheries for the upcoming year. And I'll just remind the council that our division collects data on charter halibut information through the Saltwater Guide Logbook program and through dockside sampling to estimate halibut removals. And these data are used for the when we're getting our final estimates for the previous year. So for final numbers for 2022, we use that for preliminary data for the current year for 2023. And then that data is also used for the forecasting for the upcoming year. And I'll just quickly give a review of the fishery in 2023. So these are the preliminary charter estimates for 2023. They were produced in October, a couple months ago, and we used the logbook data for the full year in 2C and through July in 3A and dockside sampling for both for the year for both areas. And the reason that we use data through July for 3A, it was due to some staff limitations that we had this fall. We've used this approach in the past. We've used data through July and then projected for the remainder of the year. And we actually also do that when we normally use data through August and then also project through the end of the year. So we have used this approach in the past, but again, due to staff limitations a couple months ago, it was we just used finalized data through July. And more updated harvest and effort data for both areas was used in the management measure analysis that I'll be presenting on here. And so there's some very, very minor differences for both areas in terms of some of these numbers. So for 2023 in 2C, we estimated a mean weight of 9.41 pounds. Harvest came out to be about 83,605 fish, which equates to a yield of 786,438 pounds. Estimated 26,000 pounds of release mortality. So that equals about 776 pounds of removals for Area 2C. The allocation set this year for 2023 in 2C was 800,000 pounds. So this results in a very slight overage for that area of 12,776 pounds, or 1.6% over the allocation. In Area 3A, the mean weight was about 10.09 pounds. estimated 153,337 fish caught, harvested. This equals about 1,546,445 pounds in terms of yield. We estimated 9,219 pounds of release mortality, which equals the total removals for 3A to be about 1,555,664 pounds. The allocation for 3A this year was 1,890,000 pounds. So this resulted in a fairly significant underage for 3A. Came under that allocation by 334,336 pounds. So we were about 17.7% under the allocation in 3A. And I'll just remind the council what the regulations were for this year in 2023 for both regions. 2C was a 1 fish bag limit. They had a reverse slot size limit of less than or equal to 40 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. I'll refer to that as U40 080 occasionally. And then also for the first time this year, we had some closed days in 2C. So there were closed Mondays starting on July 24th. In 3A, the regulations were a 2 fish bag limit, 1 fish of any size, 1 fish less than or equal to 28 inches. 1 trip per vessel per day and per charter halibut permit per day. Wednesdays were closed to retention of halibut, and then also there were 9 Tuesdays closed to retention of halibut. And just to put this in context, for the last few years of removals and effort for both areas, here we have the 2C removals since 2006. The gray bars are estimates based on the statewide harvest survey. And then in 2014, as a stipulation of the catch share plan that was implemented that year, logbooks were used to estimate removals, and that also includes release mortality. The red line is the guideline harvest level through 2013, and then refers to the CSP allocation after in 2014 onward. And as you can see, there's variable overages and underages over time. There's often overages when the GHL was in place in earlier years, but it has become slightly more variable under the catch share plan. And again, just as a reminder, there was the preliminary estimate for 2023 for 2C is a slight overage of about 1.6%. In terms of effort, we've got this graph shows effort in terms of angler days for the last decade, and this includes trips with halibut harvest or bottom fish hours or bottom fish stat areas. It does not include days in 2023 that were closed to halibut fishing. And generally, you can see a slight increase in effort over time, besides fairly significant hits in 2020 and 2021. 2022 is a bit more consistent, as is this year. There's a slight decrease in preliminary data from for 2023 from 2022. This could be due to those management measures of closed days, though it was not as big of an impact as we anticipated. And this is where I'll note the very minor change in the document, in the analysis document, for the effort data for Area G. It was changed from the numbers there in table, I believe 2C2, for Area G had it effort as 4,718, and it's been changed to 13,761, and that changes the overall total for 2C as 116,772 angler days. And the other minor correction in the document are the figures in the end. The HPUE forecast figures in the older version did not include the projections for 2024. So those figures have been fixed. As for 3A, this is a similar graph. So the gray bars refer to estimates of removals that used data from the statewide harvest survey, and the blue bars are estimates based on logbook data. The red line is, again, the GHL up until 2013, and then CSP allocation afterwards. And in 3A, you can see that we were, 3A was under the GHL often by quite a lot. And then once the CSP was implemented, there's been some slight overages. And then for the last couple of years, we've had more substantial underages. So last year was similar. We had an underage of about 17.5% under the CSP allocation. And then again, under by 17.7% this year with preliminary data. And just to emphasize that the preliminary data will likely change slightly next year when we actually finalize all of that information. And then for effort for 3A, again, this is in terms of angler days and does not include trips on days that were closed to halibut fishing. So, for example, Wednesdays have been closed fairly consistently in 3A. Those days are Wednesdays have been closed to halibut retention for a few years, so those are not included in the estimates of effort. Effort has effort has been controlled in 3A since the CSP was implemented by trip limits, the closed days, and occasionally with annual limits as well. 2021 was the highest year we've had in terms of effort. And then 2022 and this year have been a bit more consistent with prior years, though they have been decreasing. There has been a decreasing trend the last 3 years since 2021. And just to also give a sense of the number of businesses operating in both areas, these tables show numbers of businesses and vessels that reported halibut harvest in logbooks for the last decade. 2C businesses seem to be consistently around 250, though obviously a bit of a dip in 2020. 2020 is usually an exception to all the other trends. There was a similar trend in 2C vessels with the number of vessels hovering around the low to mid 500s. And then 3A businesses, there's been a somewhat downward trend, though maintaining some consistency in the last few years. And also 3A vessels have remained relatively flat since 2014. And then in terms of unguided removals for both areas, this plot shows unguided removals since 2006, and these are all estimated with the statewide harvest survey. And these include estimates of discard mortality as well since 2014. The green bar on there refers to just the preliminary data of this year. So the prior years are finalized data versus this year's preliminary estimate. And then, yeah, 2023 results are preliminary, as I stated, and use port sampling data for the year for average weight data and a time series forecast for harvest. And the estimate for 2023 is 1.066 million pounds. For 3A, the unguided halibut removals, again, similar approach using the statewide harvest survey. It includes release mortality since 2014. And this year's data is preliminary, and that preliminary estimate is about just under 1 million pounds at 0.988 million pounds for 3A. All right, and now I'm going to go into the analysis of management measures for 2024. And just a quick recap of, or a reminder of charter allocations, or where we're at with charter allocations for 2024. And the short story is that we don't know what those allocations are. The IPHC's interim agreement has expired, limiting our information on the potential regulatory area TCEYs and allocations for 2024. We asked Ian Stewart at his stock assessment presentation what his advice would be going forward in terms of trying to how to frame this analysis when we don't know what the allocations were going to be. And his advice was to take the 2023 allocations and have options above and below that. So that's the best advice we got in terms of approaching this year. And so the 2023 allocation, this again, allocations for both areas were 0.8 million pounds for 2C and 1.89 million pounds for 3A. So we were looking for options above and below those allocations. So the 2C status quo forecast, this corresponds with table 2C3 in the analysis document. So maintaining all of the same regulations for the upcoming year, we estimated for 2C, we estimated that would equate to 83,487 halibut being harvested. In this forecast, we use preliminary 2023 effort data as the 2024 forecast of effort. And that's due to the fact that this year was the first year that 2C had day closures. And this is so the best estimate we have, given that that has sort of broken our time series in terms of effort data for 2C. The best estimate we have of effort for the upcoming year then is the current year's effort estimate. This is the same approach that we've used in 3A because the management measures there change slightly most years. So it's hard to anticipate what the upcoming year is going to be when things change fairly frequently. So that's the rationale behind using the preliminary 2023 effort data in our 2024 forecast. HPUE data was used since used data from 2009 through this year, except for 2020 and 2021, because those years seem to be outliers and not consistent with other trends that we saw. And this also corresponds with figure 2 in the analysis document. And the results of the forecast in terms of removals for 2C with those same regulations was 0.865 million pounds. And the projected average weight is 9.94 pounds, estimated 35,481 pounds of release mortality. And these results correspond with table 2C3. The other management measures we analyzed for 2C included a reverse slots ranging from 32 to 50 inches on the low end and 50 to 80 inches on the upper end. The other management measures we looked at were reverse slots with day closures. The difference from previous years of conducting this analysis is that this year we presented the data a little differently, in that instead of showing the cumulative savings throughout the season, we displayed the savings in terms of savings per day. So if you closed a specific day, how many pounds of harvest would you, or how many pounds of removals would you save for that specific day? And that was to provide the committee wanted a little more flexibility in looking at day closures. And the other analysis we ran was a differential reverse slot displayed in removals. So this analysis or this management measure was looking at changing the reverse slot limit, the lower limit in the reverse slot limit midway through the season. So we maintained the upper slot at 80 inches and looked at options of 40 to 45 inches on the low end, changing to 35 to 40 inches partway through the summer on July 1st, July 15th, and August 1st. So for example, going from U40-080 to U35-080 on July 15th. And just to summarize what the overall results were from those analyses, you may have noted already that the status quo regulations, the results of that would not be within the 800,000 pound allocation. And then the other options, reverse slot limits had options within 800,000 pounds, as well as the reverse slot limits combined with day closures. And the reverse slot limit changing partway through the season did not have options within the allocation, but it was noted by a few members of the committee and other staff that the results of the day savings could actually be combined with the differential slot limit analysis. So we that was potentially another option that the committee ended up looking at as well. And just some implementation considerations for each of these approaches. I think the main thing to point out is that 2C will likely need to adopt more restrictive management measures to remain within allocation if the allocation ends up being similar to last year. Again, we can't say what's going to happen at the IPHC meeting this year, but if it is anywhere near the 2023 allocation, it's likely that management measures will end up being more restrictive this year. So there are options within the likely ranges of allocations for 2024. For day of the week closures, just a couple of considerations from an analysis perspective is that when we run the analysis, we assume that the maximum reduction in harvest when we close a day. So we don't make any assumption that that effort could shift to the end of the season or another day of the week. Customers could potentially rebook. So it's possible that it doesn't, that closing days doesn't have that maximum reduction that we're assuming. And that could partially explain how, while there was a slight decrease in effort for 2C this year, it wasn't as much as we were anticipating. But we can't say for sure that that's specifically the reason why that happened. So it's just something to keep in mind. And then with reverse slot limits, this has been a good tool for, or a good way of constraining the amount of removals. However, if you reduce the lower slot limit, there is the potential for increased releases and therefore increased release mortality. So just some considerations to keep in mind with these different approaches.
Miss Bowman.
Yes.
I think we have a question for you, and this might be a good breaking point too. So after the question, we'll probably break for lunch and then reconvene with discussion on 3A.
Sounds good.
Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bowman. I guess my question is regarding the split differential reverse slot limit. That's a new concept for this council. We haven't tried that one before. And my recollection in the committee was that the 2C members had indicated that there might be more opportunity to redirect their clients to other species later in the year. So the size of the fish could be reduced in the second half of the season because there were coho salmon and pink salmon and other opportunities throughout Southeast Alaska, so that halibut took on a slightly less importance. Is that your recollection of how that came about and why?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Mesro, that was my understanding as well, is that that some of the effort switches to other fisheries. So it'd be an opportunity to try to allow more liberal management measures earlier in the summer when there's more halibut fishing taking place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just a question on the status quo forecast, and maybe just simplify for me the drivers for if we kept the same status quo management for 2C and the prediction or the forecast is it's just over this year's allocation. What is driving that? It's definitely doesn't look like effort. Is it just we expect average weight of halibut to be slightly higher? It just needed like a simple explanation.
Through the chair, yes, that's a great question. So there's a couple of different things. Effort, as you stated, we if we're using the 2023 effort, that wouldn't necessarily be the main driver. What we've looked at is the average weight has increased slightly for 2C overall. It differs slightly by sub area, but on average across the area, across the region, the average weight is expected to increase. And we also anticipated a slightly more release mortality, and our HPUE forecasts were also anticipating a minor increase as well. So believe that all in concert with each other was what came up with the result of the removals slightly above the allocation under status quo.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Can you remind me why under status quo we would have why we would have an expectation of slightly higher release mortality? I saw that with the new concepts on reverse slot limits, but why under status quo did we expect slightly higher?
So through the chair, with release mortality, that was there's a minor change in our method of estimating release mortality, and it's actually now consistent with how we estimate release mortality in 3A as well, in that we are looking at the ratio of release mortality taking place and relative to the removals, and looking at an averaging that over the last few years. And again, that's the approach that we've used in 3A. Prior to this year, we've used a different approach in 2C, where there used to be a relationship between the size of the lower slot and the rate of release mortality. And we used a linear regression model to then come up with what that rate would be, and when we incorporate it into our estimates. However, that relationship broke down, like there wasn't as strong of a relationship anymore. So just taking the average of the last few years made more sense. And so that resulted in a slightly higher rate of release mortality than probably would have been estimated otherwise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for your presentation. Just quick question. You mentioned that you get most of your data through the statewide harvest survey or logbooks, as I understand it. You also mentioned, though, some port sampling data at certain locations. I assume, as I look at what you're working with here, you have limited, very limited, if no ability at all, to do any in-season adjustments to your season structure or anything like that to help you adjust if a new situation arises. Am I correct that that's really how it works?
Through the chair, yes. Yeah, you'd be correct. There isn't a method for us to do in-season management in that way. I believe there was an emergency order in 2020, but that's the extent of in-season management. Yeah, but we don't, there's not a structure for that in terms of managing halibut harvest. Right?
Just one follow-up. So then you're forced to make a prediction, use a model run to make a prediction and go with it.
Yes.
And you've come amazingly close in a number of years with that kind of approach. But do you anticipate any other tools that you might be able to develop that would give you some information in season that could help you make some of these adjustments? Because it's a hard, as a manager, that's a hard thing to do, just to let it run. Things could change dramatically and you'd be in trouble. So are there any tools being anticipated that might help you give you some in-season information?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, yeah, that's a great question. The thing that comes to mind, we don't really wouldn't say there's anything that we would use in terms of, or any tools that we have developing for specifically in-season management, but to help improve our estimates and getting even better preliminary estimates each year. We are the e-logbook is going to go statewide in 2025. And that will improve the timeline in terms of data analysis, data cleaning, getting just better and more accurate numbers a little quicker, which will help substantially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. So with that, I think we'll take a break and we'll reconvene on staff presentation in C7 at 1:20.
Okay.
Council members, please come back to order. We are continuing on our staff presentation on C7, the 2024 Charter Halibut Management Measures. Ms. Bowman.
Oh, that's okay. That is fine. There we go. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we stopped before lunch with the implementation considerations for 2C. So that concludes the 2C portion. So now we will talk through 3A, the management measures for 3A. To begin, we'll start with the status quo forecast. So with the for 3A, we forecasted that the harvest would be 158,160 fish for 2024, assuming status quo regulations. And again, that was the 2 fish limit, 1 fish is 28 inches or less, the same vessel and CHP limits, and also the closed Wednesdays and closed Tuesdays as well. And similar to 2C, the 2023 effort was used as the effort forecast for 2024 under the status quo regulations. HPUE forecast used data from 2006 through 2023, excluding 2020 and 2021. Figure 3 in the analysis document shows the effort forecast and HPUE forecast data. And then as well, we have the figure 4 in the document shows the proportion of second fish in the harvest. And with status quo regulations in place, we estimate for 2024 that would result in 1.695 million pounds of removals for 3A. And again, as a reminder, the allocation for 2023 was 1.89 million pounds. So this forecast would be within that allocation. I apologize, I forgot to put the mean weight that we forecasted for 3A on this slide. That is 10.63 pounds for 2024. So up about half a pound from 2023. And this is similar for 2C as well, that all projections in Area 3A corrected for bias and average weight using the recent year's data. And we also release mortality is included in this estimate of removals. In terms of the management measures looked at for 2024 for 3A, these were very similar to what was looked at last year as well. So we, on top of the normal status quo regulations of closed Wednesdays and the vessel and CHP restrictions, we looked at day of the week closures on Tuesdays from June 1st to August 31st or for the entire season. We looked at changing the maximum size limits of the second fish from 26 inches up to 32 inches. We also looked at annual limits of 2 to 4 fish, and then a combination of all of these above management measures. And in summary, essentially all of these, all of the results from these different management measure analyses had results that were within that 1.89 million pound allocation. So that includes just maintaining the status quo for the upcoming year, as well as day of the week closures. And that includes opening up Tuesdays as well. So I believe in the table corresponding with the Tuesday closures, there's a few options that would actually allow for opening some Tuesdays as well. Maximum size limits also had options within the allocation, as well as annual limits and the combination of all the different approaches. And similar to C, I just talk through a couple of considerations for these management measures. So day of the week closures has same considerations of we make the assumption of maximum reduction of effort when we close a day. And it's possible that that effort could shift to different days of the week or different at the shoulder seasons or something like that. Again, people could possibly rebook, and that reduction in effort could not be as substantial as we would anticipate. Annual limits from an analysis perspective are a good tool because they're just not a lot of assumptions, but it affects every area very differently. It would affect, for example, Kodiak a lot more substantially than Whittier. There's a lot more people in Kodiak harvesting 5 or more fish. So an annual limit would affect that area more. And then same considerations with release mortality in terms of changing the size of a second fish. If you lower that size, then potentially that could result in increased release mortality. But the overall, the short story, I guess, for 3A is that there's quite a few options within the likely range of allocations for 2024. And I believe with that, that's the end of my presentation, and just a special thank you to all the people listed here who collected data and cleaned data and helped me analyze data and put together this analysis. And with that, I can take more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bowman, I have a question back on slide 3, and this has to do with the big underage for Area 3A. Last year, IPHC's allocation decisions distributing the TCEY cut 3A by, I believe 17% relative to the previous year. And that was cause for quite a bit of angst from industry folks in 3A. Commissioner Vincent Lang called me after the annual meeting and expressed quite a bit of concern about that degree of a cut, et cetera. Yet there was this huge underage, 17+% underage from that lower number. So I wonder if you have any insights on how we should view that as we think about charter measures for the coming year.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for that question. That's a very good question. There's a few things to keep in mind. I believe overall, and actually I might be able to pull up another slide here. That may help. One moment, please. Yeah, I believe this, I have a slide of showing mean weight change over time for two areas. So for 3A. And that combined with, yeah, so as we could see here, the preliminary mean weight for 3A is slightly lower than previous years. We're having just a steady kind of decline in mean weight. That could explain some of it, not all of it. And reduced harvest overall, maybe those management measures. Oh, sorry. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. So Sarah Webster here just pulled up a very handy table. So comparing our forecast that we did last year compared to our preliminary estimates currently. So for example, our average weight that we forecasted in 2022 for 2023 was 11.88 pounds. And then our preliminary data shows that the average was actually closer to 10.09 pounds. So that's quite a significant difference in average weight. And that's so that was our best guess for the upcoming year. And with the data that we collected this year, the average weight of fish was just not what we expected it to be. And we do our best to anticipate what the upcoming year is gonna hold for us, but occasionally there's situations that we just can't anticipate until we have the data in hand and see what occurred. Over time, we've had discussions about how the overage and underages over the years have balanced out, but it's not to say that these underages are, have been noted by the stakeholders in 3A as something they would have preferred to not have happened this year. So we do the best that we can with the available data that we have and do our best at forecasting, but sometimes things don't pan out the way that we anticipated. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. So just to follow up, it sounds like you're saying we shouldn't read into this too much in terms of decreased demand, decreased interest on behalf of the charter sector, that sort of thing.
Through the chair, particularly from I wouldn't be able to speak to that specifically. In terms of being able to measure that in any kind of way, I wouldn't be able to speak to that. But yeah, I would say I wouldn't, interpret that as a decreased demand for charter fishing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And following up on that same concept, Ms. Bowman, I think in my mind, since we've been implementing these charter halibut management measures on an annual basis, I recall a fair bit of variability in that average weight each year, particularly in Area 3A. And my sort of gut memory in terms of our best explanation for that is every year we modify the management measures pretty substantially. And particularly in Area 3A, where we've consistently had 2 fish per day to be retained, but different changes in what those bag limits looked like in terms of size has been a pretty significant driver in terms of that, what the average weight turns out to be every year. So I'm just wondering if so I feel like that probably is, as you were responding to Mr. Kurland, I was feeling like that was an important factor to consider as well. And can you please, that's my impression of it, but I'm just asking if that's correct or if I mischaracterized anything in there, please.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's a very good point. Yeah, the management measures in 3A have changed each year, and that makes especially anticipating effort, can make it a little more challenging. So, yeah, those are very good factors to take into consideration as well.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Brianna. So strange times we're in now, right? Supply chain issues, high fuel prices, all kinds of weird stuff going on in the world. And so it looks like in the analysis that if I was trying to glean the full picture of what happened, which is difficult because the average weight is dictated by angler choice. An angler has a lot of choices in area 3A of what they're going to keep and what they're not going to keep. In 2C, they don't. If it's near 35 inches and that's their lower limit, they're keeping it. So they have lower release mortality, they have less choices, and the size varies much less. And so it's impossible if you're using preliminary data sitting here in December to try to figure out exactly what the average weight is going to be because you don't know what that angler behavior is going to be. And that's sort of the conundrum of managing recreational fisheries. And if you add that to the economic uncertainty that we're currently experiencing in this country, you would think that participation would be down, which it is. So angler days were reduced this year. We had a slightly inaccurate prediction of average weight, and you couldn't have controlled that if you wanted to because you don't know what those people are going to do. So are you ever going to know? I don't think so, but you can tell me what you think. I think there's a degree of uncertainty in managing recreational fisheries to a hard cap. And that was why when the catch sharing plan was put together, the council specifically had language in the preamble that said it was anticipated that there would be fluctuations over and under the target and they would balance out over time. And I guess the best question I can ask you is, do you know how the catch sharing plan has performed since its inception? Do you have that piece of information? That might be helpful.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I do not have that information on hand, but Sarah Marinan will present on that in a moment.
That might be
and
helpful
speak
just to help
specifically
build the
to
picture in,
that.
so
Yeah, it'll give a much better picture of that aspect of the catch share plan.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any further questions for you, Ms. Bowman. I appreciate the presentation. I think we're ready to transition to the committee report.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Good afternoon, Sarah Marinan, council staff. I will be presenting on the Charter Halibut Management Committee report, including the recommendations for 2024. So first, I'm going to provide some information from our October meeting. So this meeting happened on October 20th. It was a half-day meeting and it was virtual. And as I previously mentioned, the link to the e-agenda is listed under C7. So this meeting, we received the final estimates of charter halibut removals for 2022 and the preliminary estimates for 2023. And then the committee members recommended management measures for analysis. Also at this committee meeting, we had a few other topics on the agenda. So the committee reviewed a draft terms of reference. And as I mentioned previously, an updated version of that with a few small editorial changes is linked under C7 for council's consideration, and that would need council approval to be finalized. Also, we had a topic listed on our agenda about the charter halibut management timeline. I provided, I think, about a 3-page memo on this topic. Staff were asked to provide some information at this meeting about this timeline issue, specifically for this December meeting. The timeline was a challenge, but this is a persistent challenge with the catch sharing plan structure. The timeline in place generates a bottleneck for affected stakeholders and decision makers in December each year. We're kind of squeezed between the interim IPHC meeting, which happened just before this meeting, and then ADF&G staff need to work through the analysis after that meeting occurs to get the final report out and available for committee members and affected stakeholders. Then we need to have our committee meeting after that to be able to inform the AP. We presented the AP as well, and then the council. So it's always kind of squeezed into this tight time frame. In particular, this year was a very tight time frame and difficult to find time for an agenda to be scheduled for this December meeting. So that 3-page memo highlights some possible ways to address this timeline issue, both in terms of short-term options and also some kind of longer-term regulatory changes. Just briefly, those options that were included in the memo include having an established but sort of malleable hierarchy of management measures for each area and or less management options for analysis. A second option would be to limit the annual process for the advisory panel and just have it be a staff report or presented during staff tasking. We considered a 2-part committee meeting where staff information is presented earlier in the week, and then decisions are made later in the week in a shorter meeting. Another option would be to release the analysis prior to the interim IPHC meeting but with only last year as a reference point, and then release the full analysis after the IPHC meeting. And ADF&G staff did do that piece this year. They provided tables and information ahead of the interim IPHC meeting. And then the last point of consideration that's highlighted in that memo, this would be regulatory changes, but considering maybe a 1-year lag in management measures or setting management measures for 2 years at a time. So we didn't have a ton of time to talk through these options at the October committee meeting. There weren't motions or recommendations for action, but there was some time to have a little bit of discussion around it. But it's a topic that's come up sort of persistently for the Charter Halibut Management Committee. The other topic that was agended at this committee meeting was considering another topic that we've heard persistent testimony about from the public was around the topic of unguided rental boats used to fish halibut. So we walked through previous steps that the council's taken to consider action to identify and or regulate rental boats being used to harvest halibut recreationally off Alaska. So that includes a discussion paper in 2017, 2018, an initial review analysis in 2019. The chair highlighted that the initial review explored alternatives for requiring registration of unguided rental vessels, as well as an alternative to align the bag limits and size limits between charter anglers and anglers of unguided rental vessels. At the time, the council took no action after the initial review. That was December 2019. So some of those roadblocks were highlighted in discussion. Concerns have continued to be heard at the committee and at the council level. They are primarily expressed around new and existing operations in Southeast. So the committee had a discussion around this topic and some testimony was received as well. We then had another committee meeting on December 6th. And again, this report is linked in your e-agenda. So our primary task at this committee meeting was to review the analysis on the requested management measures and to provide recommendations on a preferred range of management measures for 2024. At this, and I will be presenting those in just a minute. At this meeting, we also received a presentation on e-logbooks. E-logbooks will be mandatory for Area 3A in 2025. They're already mandatory for Area 2C. So we received a presentation and contact information regarding that topic. We also had some discussion about possible future charter actions and other businesses. And Mr. Mesereau may wish to speak to this more, but just to highlight from some of our brief discussion that we had in the committee meeting, Andy spoke to a few topics that came up, including the concept of a conservation threshold for Pacific halibut. So this concept would be a threshold of low abundance, at which point all halibut user groups could be restricted in use and allocation, rather than use from some sectors being deducted off the top. So it was stated, Mr. Mesereau felt this type of threshold, if it wasn't identified prior to a situation occurring, it could be difficult to address once the stock entered a very low state of abundance. And he noted that he intended to talk about this topic with the council, and the Charter Halibut Management Committee members also voiced support for the council's consideration of a conservation threshold for Pacific halibut. And then lastly, a few other topics that were highlighted at the committee was we didn't have time to take on omnibus issues that were raised at the October Charter Halibut meeting. But some topics that have come up are the what I just spoke to about the timeline issue, about potentially having regulatory changes that considered issuing management measures on a 2-year basis or with a 1-year leg. That would require regulatory action and coordination among agencies. There's also been some interest expressed in looking at the charter halibut permit latency and registration. And so those may be topics that could come up at the council in the future. And I can pause there if there's any questions on the reports. Otherwise, I will present the charter committee recommendations for 2024.
I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Marinan, what's the next steps then for the terms of reference that the committee reviewed?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I believe that the council, I wasn't planning to read it into the record, but I will if you ask me to. It's a 1-page draft that's listed under C7, and we're looking for council review and approval of that, if you agree with it.
Thanks. And I would assume that some elements of our expectations around committees are actually just better covered by other policies the council has in place, such as the harassment policy. Is that right? So the terms of reference don't supersede any of those other overarching council policies. Is that correct?
The chair. Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that would be correct. It would work in concert with the other documents that the council has on committees and how they operate.
Thank you.
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to hold this for later, but since Mr. Twite brought up the terms of reference, a question for Mr. Witherell related to this. I noted that the description of membership didn't set any kind of term limits for membership on this committee. And I just wonder if you could address how that fits in with other council committees, how we generally handle that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Curlin, as far as I know, we don't have any term limits on any of our committees. From time to time, we'll reconstitute them with new membership to reflect the needs of the council, or to replace folks that haven't been attending, for example, but we don't have any term limits to my knowledge.
And if I may follow up, so maybe term limits was the wrong terminology, but terms even, it doesn't even address, they can serve for 3-year terms, renewable forever.
The Chair, Mr. Curlin, only the SSC and AP have set terms of years, and SSC members can be appointed indefinitely. Our advisory panels can only serve 3 full terms.
Okay, so clearly a broader issue, but thanks for the clarification.
Excuse me, it looks like we have one more. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marinan. I didn't hear you share with the council what I had talked about with the people that brought the rental boat issue. And so for the purpose of expediting this, I guess I can say that these people have been coming to these meetings regularly, bringing up this issue, and we have tried to deal with this issue unsuccessfully several times. And I informed the people that were bringing this up that right now at this council, with the issues we have in front of us, where we're dealing with people that don't have an adequate food source and people that have lost their livelihood after investing millions of dollars in crab fishing, and potentially fishermen in the Bering Sea without rationalization that are currently being put in danger to fish, that while rental boats has been an ongoing interest at the council, that with the staff time the way it is and the court mandated salmon issue, that the council just lacks the capacity to take this issue up at this time. And I encourage them to come back next year and bring it up again. And at some point in the future, the council may take it up. But for right now, our plate is pretty full in terms of pressing fishery management issues. And so I just let them know that I appreciated their participation, but I was not going to bring that up while I'm still serving on the council, because there just isn't the capacity to deal with it. And they seem to appreciate the honesty of that response. And I suspect they'll be back in the future, but for full disclosure, I did tell them that after talking to the staff that would likely handle it, who also is working on the chum salmon issue, I felt like I was in safe territory telling them that we just didn't have the capacity at the moment to deal with that issue because of what's on our agenda. And so I just wanted to share that with the council. Is that accurate, do you think, from what I described to what happened, Ms. Marinan?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, that is the conversation that I recall as well.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan.
Okay, Madam Chair, then moving on to the recommendations. So beginning with Area 2C, the Charter Halibut Management Committee recommends the following harvest measures for Area 2C guided recreational halibut fishery in 2024. So a daily bag limit of 1 halibut with a reverse slot limit where the upper limit is fixed at 0.80. So that's a halibut that's equal to 80 inches or more may be retained. And then what follows in the committee minutes and on the slide is a hierarchy of additional management measures to adopt as needed. Rather than reading through all of the numbers here, I plan to summarize them for you instead. They're going to be read out a few times after me, so I just want to walk through what the hierarchy is that was suggested. So first, they're recommending a U40, so that's a lower slot limit of under 40 inches, 0.80 reverse slot limit, and increasing that lower slot limit if possible until the allocation's reached. And then if needed, in addition to a U40 080 reverse slot limit, add Friday closures starting from the end of the season and working your way consecutively forward as needed until July 12th, but don't go before July 12th. And then from there, if further reductions are needed to decrease the lower slot limit on July 15th to U36 080 and through the rest of the season. And that could be used in combination with the end of the season Friday closures as needed. And then finally, if reductions are still needed, reverse slot limit of U37 080 for the season with Friday closures as needed from the end of the season until July 12th. And then if that doesn't reach the level, U36 080 for the season with Friday closures as needed, working your way from the end of the season until July 12th. And I wanted to read out the rationale from the Area 2C committee members as well with this request. So Area 2C committee members emphasize that the persistent low state of halibut abundance has put them in a dire state for management measure options. There was substantial 2C testimony received at the December council committee meeting as well as the October committee meeting. Members reached out to affected stakeholders when making these recommendations, and the impacts of these options are not taken lightly. In determining a hierarchy of measures, Area 2C members focused on staying within their allocation while looking for measures that would more equitably share the burden. So for instance, annual limits were not chosen as they affect only a certain type of operation and angler. In order to generate a meaningful effect for this type of measure in Area 2C, it essentially must go down to a 2-fish annual limit. This is equivalent of day closures for 3, 4, 5-day fishing operations. This type of measure disproportionately affects the type of multi-day businesses versus operations that takes a client out who takes a client out once, they may be unaffected. In contrast, there's been many comments about a distaste for day-of-the-week closures, but it's one type of measure that affects each operation type. Additionally, there's different needs across ports in Area 2C, and that it makes it particularly difficult to identify one set of measures to apply to all. For instance, geographic constraints and access to other species vary. Some ports have access to king salmon or coho salmon, whereas some ports are primarily dependent on halibut opportunities. Therefore, the opportunity to harvest a slightly larger size is very important to these ports. People have also commented about not wanting day-of-the-week closures, particularly at the beginning of the season, due to limited fishing alternatives. Members sought to address this by having any day-of-the-week closures beginning no earlier than July 12th. And it was also noted by the Area 2C committee members that they didn't have a recommendation for a scenario with an allocation lower than 0.74 million pounds. It was stated there may be only a few options at that point, but members were not willing to identify a preference for those extremely undesirable options. So those are the recommendations and rationale from 2C. So moving to 3A. The Charter Halibut Management Committee recommends the following harvest measures for Area 3A, guided recreational halibut fishery in 2024. All allocations shown below include, unless otherwise specified, a daily bag limit of 2 halibut, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish with a maximum size limit, 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut, 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day, and close Wednesdays. And again, rather than reading through their hierarchy of measures here, I'd just like to summarize each step down. So the first step would be to increase the size limit of the second fish until the projected charter harvest removals meet the allocation. And then, if needed, close as many Tuesdays as needed to stay within the allocation. This is in addition to the Wednesdays that are closed. And then, if needed, lower the size limit on the second fish down to 26 inches as needed. And the absolute lowest measure that they have on the list is add in a 4-fish annual limit if needed. And the rationale associated with 3A is Area 3A committee members noted these options represent the easiest ways to cover a very large range of allocations that could be set by the IPHC. They emphasized that it was alarming to look at the extreme measures and felt optimistic that they would not need to apply for 2024. The 4-fish annual limit would be the least desirable as it would only be used as a very last resort. Members stated that providing consistent regulations was a big part of the strategy behind what was proposed. Consistent management measures allow for better ADF&G projections, and it's desirable from a business and marketing standpoint. And I also wanted to highlight relative to this 3A rationale, some discussion that happened at the committee. This also highlights and summarizes a point Mr. Mesereau was speaking of earlier. So the preliminary estimates from 3A demonstrate an underage of 17.7% this past year in the allocation compared to the allocation for 2023. And throughout our committee meeting, some stakeholders expressed frustration that this could have afforded additional fishing days last year, which has direct revenue implications for charter businesses. However, it was also highlighted by NIMP staff that in both Area 2C and 3A, there's been years with some overages, and the intention of the management system under the catch sharing plan was that the underages and overages balance out over time. And it was demonstrated that since the catch sharing plan was initiated in 2014, comparing the Area 2C charter removals to the allocation demonstrated a total underage of 1.6%. Comparing the total Area 3 charter removals to the allocation in this time frame demonstrated a total overage of 4.3%. So the analysis has demonstrated remarkable precision over time, given the difficult task of predicting angler behavior 1 year out. And Madam Chair, that is the end of my committee report. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the committee report? And Mr. Mesereau, do you have anything additional to add as committee chair?
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll add some comments about at the end of my rationale for a motion about to thank everybody and, you know, the overall story. So the committee has been great. Honestly, it's one of the most reliable, high functioning committees. These guys at their own expense come here twice and put their time in and do their work. And these decisions, since we've started this, we've never had a decision made at the table since the catch sharing plan that has resulted in everybody high-fiving at the end of the day or anything. It's been one hard decision after another for 9 years. There has not been 1 year when we had an incredible relaxation of measures and everybody walked away going, wow, that was great. So these guys come back every year for this punishment, and I really appreciate their commitment, and they take it seriously and do their homework. And it's a good group. I hope they'll stay after my time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. So I think we're ready to transition to the AP report. A reminder to members of the public wishing to testify, please sign up before the end of the conclusion of the AP report. Thank you.
For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair. For agenda item C7, Charter Halibut Management, the AP did take action and the motion reads as follows. The AP recommends the following harvest measures for the IPHC Regulatory Area 2C and IPHC Regulatory Area 3A Guided Recreational Halibut Fisheries in 2024. For Area 2C, all allocations shown below include a daily bag limit of 1 halibut and a reverse slot size limit where the upper limit is fixed at 0.80 parentheses halibut 80 inches or longer may be retained. Number 1, if the allocation is equal to or greater than 0.943 million pounds, begin with a lower size limit of U40 parentheses retained halibut must be less than or equal to 40 inches in length, and increase this limit until the allocation is reached, as indicated in Table 2C.4 on page 20 of the ADF&G analysis. Number 2, if the allocation is less than 0.943 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.863 million pounds, to remain within the allocation, implement a lower size limit of U40 and close consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season, but extending no earlier than July 12th, as indicated in Table 2C.4 on page 20 in combination with Table 2C.5F, page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. Continuing to number 3, if the allocation is less than 0.863 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.813 million pounds, change from a U40 lower size limit to a U36 lower size limit on July 15th and close consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season to remain within allocation, but extending no earlier than July 12th, as indicated in Table 2C.6 on page 28 in combination with Table 2C.5F on page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. Number 4, if the allocation is less than 0.813 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.766 million pounds, the lower size limit is U37 and closed consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season to remain within allocation, but extending no earlier than July 12th, as indicated in Table 2C.5F, page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. If the allocation is less than 0.766 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.738 million pounds. The lower size limit is U36 and closed consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season to remain within allocation, but extending no earlier than July 12th, as indicated in Table 2C.5F on page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. Moving to Area 3A. All allocations shown below include, unless otherwise specified, a daily bag limit of 2 halibut, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish with a maximum size limit, 1 trip per charter vessel per day with retention of halibut, 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day, and closed Wednesdays. Number 1, if the allocation is greater than or equal to 1.880 million pounds, increase the size of the second fish until the projected charter harvest removals meet the allocation. Number 2, if the allocation is less than 1.880 million pounds, but greater than 1.590 million pounds, in addition to all closed Wednesdays and a second halibut 28 inches or less, close as many Tuesdays as needed to keep the charter harvest removals within the Area 3A allocation, as indicated in Table 3A.10, page 32 of the ADF&G analysis. Number 3, if our allocation is less than 1.590 million pounds, but greater than 1.513 million pounds, in addition to closing all Tuesdays and Wednesdays, lower the size of the second fish to as low as 26 inches until the projected charter harvest removals meet the allocation as indicated in Table 3A.11 on page 33 of the ADF&G analysis. Number 4, if the allocation is less than 1.513 million pounds, then select a 4-fish annual limit of halibut, which would then bring the projected yield to 1.460 million pounds, as indicated in Table 3A.14 on page 36 of the ADF&G analysis. If possible, adjust the number of Tuesday closures to remain within the allocation. And that motion passed 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I just want to confirm that these recommendations are the same as the committee's recommendations, or are there any changes?
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, there were no changes from the committee recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on the report? Thank you for the AP report.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we'll move on to public testimony on C7. Looks like we have 8 people signed up to testify, beginning with Mackenzie Bindus.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Mackenzie Bindus, and I have been a participant in the charter halibut industry down in Homer, Alaska since 2018. Today, I am representing the Homer Charter Association, of which I am a board member. The Homer Charter Association is a trade group based in Homer that represents guided recreational stakeholders along the Lower Kenai Peninsula and Kodiak. I will keep my comments brief today since this is a straightforward issue. We asked the council to adopt the harvest management measures for IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A that were recommended by the Charter Halibut Management Committee and the advisory panel. This request is responsive to public testimony and the analysis presented by the Alaska Fish and Game staff. And the proposed management measures for 3A are within the expected range of allocations to be set at the IPHC meeting next month. The Homer Charter Association supports these measures because they are a simple set of tools that provide consistency for our businesses, clients, and local dependent communities, while best ensuring the sector remains responsible partners in the halibut catch share plan. Additionally, the Homer Charter Association would like to thank the staff at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the council, and the advisory panel for your ongoing work in the charter halibut management. Thank you for
the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bendis, and good job on your first time up here. See if there are any questions, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Bendis. You probably heard a question earlier during staff presentations about sort of the concerns that have been raised among Area 3A users generally when the IPHC made a fairly large change, reduction to the 3A halibut quota for 2023. I'm wondering if, just from the perspective of the Homer Charter Association, any thoughts on how that ended up playing out, some of the concerns you may have had going in as a charter association and how it actually played out for you?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I do not feel like I am prepared to answer that question for my association, but I would be happy to get back to you on that if you would like.
Any other questions? Thank you again for your testimony. So next up is Steve Ramp. And he is joining us remotely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Steve Ramp. I'm a 26-year resident of Sitka. I hold the resident sport fishing seat on the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee. And I spoke to the council in June in Sitka. I spoke at the October Charter Halibut Committee meeting and again in the December Charter Halibut meeting last week. My subject is the unguided rental boat harvest of halibut. And I'll try to be brief. I posted the testimony that I gave last week on this forum. So I would respectfully ask all the council members to take a moment and read that. Before I get into it, I want to thank Andy Mesereau for all his service on that committee. I think he's done a good job. We've agreed on some things, we've disagreed on some things, and that's just the way things work. So thank you, Andy, for your time and your work. I'm here to say that the unguided rental boat harvest of halibut is large and growing rapidly in the Southeast, basically Area 2C. Our State House Representative, Rebecca Himshoot, after the October Charter Halibut Committee meeting, had her staff go to the Department of Motor Vehicles to obtain new rental boat registration data, and they found that within her district, District 2, it's nearly a twofold increase since in the last 10 years of rental boat registrations. And she covers basically from, with some exceptions around Ketchikan and Juneau, her district covers Prince of Wales up to Yakutat. So this perceived problem is definitely alive and growing. And I've laid out in the testimony I posted online here, basically a roadmap towards the end of that testimony of methods I think can get us to identify the scope of the problem and potentially deal with it. And basically that is to start to accept vessels with a valid Alaska state registration that states rental on their principal use, accept them as such, and break out their harvest data separately than other unguided halibut anglers. And if the council can't do it, then I urge the council to get with the Department of Fish and Game so that they can change their creel census data gathering and their mail out surveys post-season to start breaking that out separate. Consider registration of these vessels like you do the charter vessels, and require log keeping to gather halibut catch data, similar to the vessel registration and log keeping programs for guided vessels. And if the data obtained supports it, require anglers fishing from unguided rental vessels to follow the same halibut bag limits as guided anglers. This action specifically refrains from targeting non-residents versus residents to avoid violating any Magnuson Act concerns, as has been expressed to me in prior council and committee member meetings. I know you've got a lot on your plate, big issues, and you probably don't have the bandwidth to jump right into this right now. But please don't let it fall totally off your plate. Keep it in the back of your head And as soon as the council and the committees get some time, I really think we need to get into this because there's a ton of public testimony at all these meetings. Everybody's pretty much in agreement that this is a problem and it's a growing one. And it's a user group that's taking a large amount of halibut out of the water, and we need those halibut accounted for and dealt with. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ramp. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Ramp, thank you for this. I am not, I don't have a clear enough understanding of the process, the vehicle registration process and the interface then with Creel census and mail-in harvest survey data to understand how your first recommendation of having ADF&G accept motor vehicles issuance of rental as primary operation. I just don't know what that means and what the council's role in that would be. Maybe you could just give me a really quick sense, in particular, whether that's something that is even remotely in the council's purview.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Basically, I've been told both by council members, committee members, and the Department of Fish and Game that they haven't been able to break out rental vessel halibut harvest because they don't have a good definition of what a rental boat is. And I propose that you accept the DMV's vessel registration process, and the registration carried on the boat has the principal use of the boat, whether it's pleasure, passenger, rental, or commercial. And I'm just asking that anybody gathering data on halibut harvest use that registration and create a separate data column for halibut captured and harvested by those rental vessels, whether it's the council through registration of vessels and log keeping, or whether the council works with the department to encourage them to add those blocks on their survey data at the docks during the season and on their mail out surveys. I hope that answered your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. Not seeing any other questions for you. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome.
So next up is Patricia Phillips joining us remotely.
Hello, this is Patricia Phillips. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Patricia Phillips. I live in Pelican, Alaska. I've lived here for 50 years. I'm currently the mayor for the city of Pelican. I'm also the chairman of our local Fish and Game Advisory Committee, though I'm speaking for myself. I'm speaking about the rental boat issue. And I was at the meeting that Mr. Mesereau was talking about back in October. And one of the things he did emphasize is that the previous efforts to address the rental boat issue was too broad in expanse and should be broken down into manageable decisions. And this is about conservation of the resource. And yes, you have a lot of things on your plate, but your job is to conserve the resource for future generations. There's no structure in place right now to quantify the efforts by the rental unguided vessels. There's a lack of enforcement in rural areas like Pelican, Alaska. The unguided harvest evades the Creel survey people that are available. We do not have a Creel survey person in Pelican, Alaska. There's a lot more charter fish crossing our docks here. There's a brand new unguided lodge being built up the inlet, and they're outside of the city limits, and there's going to be no way to quantify their catch rate nor their mortality. The halibut resource is looking at another reduction in halibut quota available for harvest. And it's a declining trend in halibut abundance over multiple consecutive years. The unguided charter harvest is outside the charter halibut measures. The unguided harvest sidesteps these charter management measures that you are recommending be implemented at this meeting. We have localized depletion of fish resources, a lack of harvest data, unconstrained growth, mortality cannot be projected. We need a registration program so harvest catch rates can be estimated. A halibut permit to harvest a halibut on a charter vessel. This is a North Pacific Fishery Management Council measure. You can do measures similar to that. Unguided rental trends are increasing aggressively in our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. It looks like we have a question for you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Phillips, for taking the time to call in and testify from Pelican. I got a link to that multi-million-dollar lodge that's going in outside of city limits in Pelican. Do you have any idea how many rental boats they're going to be putting in? It was a massive lodge. I would imagine there has to be a lot of boats to be able to make that pencil out for them. Do you have any idea what the impact's going to be?
When they asked for mortgage, they were looking for property in the city of Pelican, but there was none available to build a lodge. But they were asking for 8 stalls for rental boats. So for what I know now, it's about 8 vessels.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the call in.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up is Forrest Braden.
Madam Chair, sound check if I could.
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Also, members of the council, sure appreciate it. This is Forrest Braden testifying for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. I'm the executive director. I also own a 2-boat charter or guided sport outfit for 25 plus years in Southeast Alaska. I'm also a member of the 2C Charter Halibut Management Committee. So just a little bit of background, I think, for folks that are new, possibly on the council or those listening in, there's about half of the charter fleet or guided sport fleet in Alaska is in Southeast Alaska. We have a very similar number of businesses as South Central. Vessel count is more, but we take less people per boat. And our angler days, effort days are very similar if you look at the information provided by ADF&G for this meeting. I'd like to remind everybody that as far as folks across the nation that want to access halibut in a sport fashion, that this is it. We represent about 10% between South Central and Southeast of the overall removals. So not a big portion, but this is really their way to access before the upspring of unguided vessel business models that sort of got promoted on the differential bag limits between guided and unguided. I'd say that it was probably 95% or more of halibut access, angler halibut access came through both of our fleets. So I'd like to provide some context for this council in terms of where we're at in 2C management harvest measures in comparison with where we were not too many years ago. The last year that we had a 2 fish bag limit with no size restrictions was in 2006. By 2009 and 10, that had dropped in half. We had a 1 fish bag limit. And most recently, we were down to a U40-080 with without size restriction. And we also added probably what equated to about 7 days at the end of the season closed. I did some figures, but right now you just got through seeing what South Central is asking for, and they've been through kind of the similar steps that we have. Stock reductions, they have the charter halibut permit system the same time we did. A lot of similar elements. I believe, I don't know what it equates to, but they probably have to close a day of the week if they just had 1 fish of any size, but they have opted to retain that second fish. The analysis doesn't bear that out. From my figuring, if this year, if we were to be able to hold on to the same allocation that we had last year, status quo from last season, 2023, to be able to get to 1 fish of any size, we essentially would we'll close about half of our season, half the days all season. That'd be, 3.5 days a week be closed. Can't close half a day. But I think it's important to know, for this council to know really where we're at. Our average fish lately has been around 9 pounds, maybe mid to high 9 pounds. It's about a 32-inch or under 31-inch fish, which is below the commercial legal limit of U32. If we were to close no days, if we were to get the same allocation and close no days for 2024, I think we'd be lucky to get a U36-080. I think that would press our average size even lower. I'm not going to tell you that this fleet won't survive. On the whole, I will tell you that it's very, very difficult for many people in this fleet, regardless of where they're at, to weather these kind of regulations. It ceases to be the iconic halibut fishery that people dream of coming to, in a destinational fishery like we are. And we don't have walk-up day trips. We have destinational guests. And all this just to kind of give perspective on where we're coming from and what a negative situation we're in. So what can we do? Well, not a lot. We have this council made very clear that they are opting to use the RQE to move halibut over to the guided sport fleet. Understandably, this council or members of the council that have influence on the IPHC process could keep in mind that status quo or better would really help to see regulations in 2024. This council does have direct influence on the RQE, and we hope to see stamps in 2025 collecting money so that we can try to get out of this situation. I'd like this council and behalf of CEDO and who we represent to consider easing the annual transfer caps once we have the RQE in place. Going from 1% to 2%, that would be a trailing amendment, but it would help us get out of our situation faster. And I do not believe, from the analysis that we've seen, that it would substantially impact other people competing for the quota share in the marketplace. We did ask for latency to be reevaluated in the CHP system. And we'd like to see what that looks like. And I'm going to need help from this council and staff to be able to explain how we've been encountered all of the same things as other areas, but we've got pushed so incredibly low in our halibut regulations where it's starting to have definite effects on some ports over others. And we appreciate your time and your commitment to this process and ask for your help in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Braden. I was just wondering if one of the responses to these management measures might just be getting some rental boats.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I know people are going there in their mind. I would not be surprised to see people having to capitulate to go that direction, even though that's not their current business model, nor do they support it for safety reasons in some cases. But I think you're going to see a continued growth in that sector the further down the guided sector gets pushed in 2C.
Thank you for your participation in the committee and your leadership in 2C for us. We appreciate it.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Braden. Next up is Ellen Hannon. Ellen, can you try unmuting yourself with *6? I think we have connection with you, but we are not able to hear you yet. Ellen, we may circle back to you. We're going to have staff try to connect with you over the phone. we'll go to the next testifier and then circle back up. So James Thomas, joining us remotely. James, can you try to unmute yourself by pressing *6, please? I'll try this one more time. Mr. Thomas, can you please press *6? Okay, I will keep on going down the line and we'll circle back. Okay. I think we may have Ellen Hannon online now.
I think it worked that time. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, it wasn't going through. I thank you for this opportunity to discuss this with the NPFMC and the Charter Halibut Group. And I just want to say that I've lived over 40 years on Prince of Wales, fishing on both the east and west sides. And I think the rental boats are a growing concern. Locals have to go further, set more gear to get our subsistence fish. It's kind of a food security issue getting there. And then there's safety concerns because we have some extreme weather here, especially on the west side with our exposure to the outside. And so inexperienced people getting in rental boats, we haven't had any huge issues yet, but the potential is seriously there. So just wanted to bring that up to your concern today, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and appreciate all that you do to help with fisheries management.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you for calling in. So
Thank you.
next up is James Thomas. We'll try to see if he's online yet. Do we have James online? Okay. James, I think you just need to unmute. If you could try *6, please. Okay, we are still unable to hear you. We'll circle back one more time after we run through our list. So James Kearns is up next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Yeah, I wanted to start off by saying I appreciate Mr. Mesro's efforts for recreational fishing on the council, and also his comments regarding the very pressing issues that are facing y'all right now. And I appreciate those things. And so I know that this body's probably or logically just going to go with the AP and the Charter Committee recommendations this year, which makes sense to me. I'm also sure that ADFG is not willing politically to change the unguided halibut limits so that Alaskans who have their own boats or who have family, friends, or neighbors can just continue to harvest 2 halibut of any size every day. And of course, that's the loophole that the unguided fishery is using that we are dealing with. But down the road, I think it would be much less complicated if the council would consider taking recreational halibut anglers out of the commercial catch share plan and set up a separate recreational halibut allocation that's separate, completely separate from the directed commercial allocation. And I would suggest maybe that it could initially be set at what the allocation of the previous year's percentage of the CSP for the guided recreational fishery, plus adding the previous year's harvest of the unguided recreational fishery, put those two together, and then once set, then that would be the recreational allocation. And of course, that would be stated as a percentage of the annual TAC, and it would only be increased if the commercial sector sold parts of their allocation to the RQE, has been mentioned by Mr. Braden, which would then increase the recreation allocation. And then it's just like commercial. Then when the TAC comes out, they get their allocation. The recreational fishermen get theirs. Subsistence gets one, and there you have it. Everybody has one set up, and then you manage that recreational allocation by area. So, like area 2C, we normally don't get as much of the allocation or of the fishery resource as like area 3A, because it's a much bigger area. So there would still be differences there, but we'd all be managed the same way, whether you're guided or unguided. And then I would say, and personally, I think this would work the best if we had one halibut of any size a day. And I don't know how you can do it without an annual limit. I just don't know how. I know some people don't like that, but I don't know how you can do it without an annual limit, because with an annual limit, you have to have a stamp or a card that shows that you're kept within your limit. And then you have this wonderful resource that tells you all about the amount of fish that were harvested. So I think that's important. And I think another recreational allocation or a recreational issue is there's just really no reason for a recreational fisherman to kill a fish that's over 60 inches. That's my opinion. I mean, there's some that want to come up and do that, but I mean, I live here and I don't really care if I have a 60-incher or more. So I would say that part of that management would be to have any fish that you kept that's over 60 inches count as 2 fish on your annual limit. That way we kind of hold that harvest down. And then for additional measures, of course, we could go to day closures if necessary, and even specific area closures, something like the lamp that is down in Sitka. But with a recreational allocation, we solve the issue of incentivizing unguided anglers.
Mr. Kern, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think your timer's up if you have a summary comment.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Just if you get a chance, take a look at my written comments. You've seen them there for many years, but they're still there. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kearns. I was just following up on your ideas of allocation. How would you, where would you put the shark card people, the people that have shark cards that want to go out and get their 20 halibut a day in your allocation process?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. How do we do it now? What's their allocation now? And I've never known that they had one, and certainly the unguided fishery has not had an allocation. They just take what they take.
My question was to you was how you had an idea for setting aside a certain amount for recreational use and a certain amount for commercial use. Well, this is a whole different scenario here. This is subsistence use. How would you peel that out? Which group would you take it out of, the commercial or the recreational?
Well, through the chair again, actually, I don't know how we do it at this point in time. There is definitely, a subsistence fishery that goes on, but is there a certain amount of allocation that goes to them? And certainly if there is, then we'd have to match that, because that's a pretty important fishery, is that subsistence fishery. And I've seen it work. I mean, I lived in Angoon for a while as a school teacher down there, and I watched subsistence really work really well. You caught fish, you took some to grandma and auntie and uncle and the neighbors, and it worked really, really well. But yeah, it's important, but I don't know how that is set now, but I don't see why we would do it any differently than we do it now. The only one that's allocated currently is the guided recreational anglers, and they just get a small percentage of the directed commercial fishery. And that's why we have so much trouble figuring out how much we're going to get all the time. But we never talk about what the recreational take is for the unguided fishery. And there's very little. I mean, I know they have some data on it. I've heard that over the years, but I don't know how they make that allocation for subsistence now. So I would assume that we would probably try to mimic what we're doing now, at least.
Thank you,
Does
Mr.
that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kearns, for your response.
Mhm.
Appreciate it. Any other questions for Mr. Kearns? Thank you for calling in this afternoon.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Heather Bauscher and then we'll circle back up to James Thomas. So Heather, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Heather Bauscher. I live in Petersburg, Alaska, and I'm speaking for myself alone today. I was not initially planning to speak, but in response to the comments regarding engagement with the Halibut Committee, I wanted to provide some explanation. First of all, I would like to thank Andy for his work and the various attempts over the years to work on this issue. Incredibly grateful for his time and energy and support in addressing the unguided rental boat issue. Recognizing this is his last meeting, really wanted to make a point to thank him for all of that. Secondly, I really do not mean to come across as tone deaf to the multiple other crises that you are faced with as a council. My heart breaks for the people in the West who can't even harvest salmon at all. I understand that there are far more pressing things now with people going hungry and losing their livelihoods. But the reason we keep coming back on this issue is that we don't want to wait until we are in the position of no fish for subsistence or lost livelihoods before we begin to address this problem. I came to this issue as chair of the Sitka Advisory Committee before. I no longer am in that role. That committee had been working on it for 6 years, and the Southeast RAC also weighed in at least that many times. I know Steve himself wrote the first proposals that the AC tried to use to address these proposals, and he's doing a great job continuing the momentum on this. I'm just concerned that the longer we wait, the bigger this sector grows, and we are already seeing signs of that. You heard about what's happening in Pelican. There's potential for localized depletion and food security concerns, as well as the safety issues. If you're familiar with Lysianski Inlet, you can understand that 8 new boats up there is going to be a mess, and most of the local people are only operating with skiffs. They're going to get pushed farther to the outside and more dangerous places. But anyway, the collection of folks concerned about this, we keep bringing this up because I'm learning as I go here. I went to MREP trying to learn the process, super grateful for that opportunity to go to MREP and try and understand how to navigate this process. I understand that you have to keep bringing things up at staff tasking over and over again, or you have to bring them to a committee, and then you have to continue that momentum to get something to be an agenda item. And I told the committee that this would take at least a 5-year journey minimum, and there need to be other people that these things pass on to continue them forward. So, the continued pressure on this issue is just a response to the recognition of the nature of this process. And really, I meant no disrespect. I would just really like to see the process at least started to find a way to deal with this unguided rental boat issue and make it a proper agenda item for the future. And if this is not the way to go about it, I would also appreciate the feedback and the advice on how to do a better job in figuring out a way forward on that. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bauscher. See if there are any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bauscher, for your persistence. To put it in context, we've had Bering Sea fishermen coming here for at least 5 years at staff tasking, requesting rationalization in the pot cod fishery. And now 5 years later, we're just getting around to taking that issue up. So I would just, if you want some guidance, I would encourage, if this issue is important to you and Ms. Phillips and Mr. Ramp, to continue to come back to the committee and supply written or oral comments to the council. And the time will be right at some point, and the will be there, and they will take a look at it. So don't give up and don't get frustrated. It's just limited resources, and multiple crises at this moment make it tough, but I would encourage you and the rest of these people to continue to bring this up because I think that it is an issue and there must be some way to do it. They've managed to incorporate all the other users of halibut into a management scheme. I can't believe that if there's the time and the will that this body couldn't do it, but the time is just not at this moment. So thank you for your persistence, and I hope this council will hear from you on this issue in the future.
Thank you again, Ms. Boucher. So I'm going to circle back up to James Thomas and see if we can connect with him. No, looks like we no longer have him online. So we'll follow up with Mr. Thomas and try to work out technical difficulties for the next opportunity to testify. So with that, I think we have worked through our list and is the council ready to take action on C7? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am ready. It's a somewhat lengthy oh, she's got it up there already. Look at that. Just to note, this is the C7 Charter Halibut Annual Management Measure Council motion. And there are some changes from the committee and the AP, and they'll be notated in red on there as I go through them. And I will explain those changes in my rationale. For the 2024 Charter Halibut Fishing Season, IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A, the council recommends for IPHC area 2C. All the allocations shown below include a daily bag limit of 1 halibut and a reverse slot limit where the upper limit is fixed at 0.80. Halibut 80 inches or longer may be retained. If the allocation is equal to or greater than 0.943 million pounds, begin with the lower size limit of U40. Retained halibut must be less than or equal to 40 inches in length, and increase this limit until the allocation is reached as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 4, page 20 of the ADF&G analysis. If the allocation is less than 0.943 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.863 million pounds, to remain within the allocation, implement the lower size limit of U40 and close the consecutive Friday as needed from the end of the season, but extending no earlier than July 12th as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 4, page 20, in combination with Table 2C, TAC 5S, page 26 on the ADF&G analysis. 3, if the allocation is less than 0.863, but greater than or equal to 0.798 million pounds, change from U40 lower size limit to U36 lower size limit on July 15th and close the consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season to remain within the allocation, but extending no earlier than July 12th as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 6, page 28, in combination with Table 2C, TAC 5, page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. If the allocation is less than 0.798, but greater than or equal to 0.766 million pounds, the lower size limit is U37. Close consecutive Fridays needed from the end of the season to remain within the allocation, but extended no earlier than July 12th, as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 5F, page 26, ADF&G analysis. And if the allocation is less than 766, but greater than 738 million pounds, lower the size limit to U36 and close consecutive Fridays as needed until the end of the season, but remain within the allocation by extending no earlier than July 12th as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 5F, page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. Number 6, if the allocation is less than 7.738 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.697 million pounds, lower the size limit to U35, but close consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season to remain within the allocation, but extending no earlier than July 12th as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 5F, page 26, ADF&G analysis. And finally, for 2C, if the allocation is less than 0.697 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 0.669 million pounds, the lower size limit U34, close consecutive Fridays as needed from the end of the season to remain within the allocation by extending no earlier than July 12th as indicated in Table 2C, TAC 5F, page 26 of the ADF&G analysis. And for Area 3A, all allocations are shown below, include unless otherwise specified a daily bag limit of 2 halibut, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish with a maximum size limit, 1 trip per charter vessel per day with the retention of halibut, 1 trip per charter halibut permit per day, and Wednesdays closed to halibut retention for the whole year. If the allocation is greater than or equal to 1.88 million pounds, the size of the second fish shall range from 28 inches up to 32 inches until the projected harvest removals meet the allocation as indicated on Table 3A, TAC 11, page 33 of the ADF&G analysis. If the allocation is less than 1.880 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 1.59 million pounds, in addition to the closed Wednesdays, a second halibut of 28 inches or less close as many Tuesdays as needed to keep the charter harvest removals within Area 3A allocation as indicated in Table 3A, TAC 10, page 32 of the ADF&G analysis. If the allocation is less than 1.59 million pounds, but greater than or equal to 1.513 million pounds, in addition to closing all the Tuesdays and Wednesdays, lower the size limit of the second fish as low as 28 inches until the projected halibut charter harvest removals meet the allocation as indicated in Table 3A, TAC 11, page 33 of the ADF&G analysis. And if the allocation is less than 1.513 million pounds, in addition to the Wednesday closure and the 26-inch limit as indicated in 3 above, implement a 4-fish annual limit of halibut and implement the number of closed Tuesdays necessary to achieve the allocation as indicated in Table 3A, decimal 14, page 36 of the ADF&G analysis. And with a second, I can provide a rationale.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for your second, Mr. Jensen. The proposed management measures are largely reflecting the committee motion. Several changes were made to the 2C recommendations. The 2C members of the committee that developed the part of the motion for 2C rounded some of the numbers in the tables accidentally. That was discovered by staff and the numbers were changed to reflect exactly what's in the ADF&G analysis. In addition, 2C members were not comfortable making recommendations below decimal 766 million pounds because they believed the outcome of that level of reduction would create an untenable business environment for them to continue operating. I've always informed the members of this committee that if they were not comfortable making the most difficult decisions in front of them, that I would do it for them. And for this reason, I added a level of reduction between decimal 766 million pounds down to 7.38, which should provide more than adequate range of alternatives for 2C. That is why I'm amending the AP and Charter Halibut Committee's motion to include management measures for 2C that would address allocations that might fall below the levels described. This is the first time we've changed management measures from the committee's recommendation in 9 years. That should give you an idea of how grim the situation is in 2C. I don't take it lightly, and I don't take any pleasure in providing management measures that I know would put people out of business, but that's my job here at the table. It is not, I don't expect the committee to make decisions of that nature. With that said, you know, the only solution I have to this problem to share with you today is to implement an RQE program. There is no other option at this moment to alleviate this problem. The Charter Committee and AP motions failed to do that. I appreciate the AP did not try to change the committee motion. That just adds another element of confusion when there's, you know, 20 people in the AP trying to sort something like this out at the end of a long meeting. So I appreciate them leaving that for me. Again, you know, this level of harvest would be nearly unthinkable to charter operators in Southeast. The industry has never seen an allocation that low. But as difficult as it may be to contemplate this, it would be imprudent to ignore it. The simple fact is, if the allocation dipped to those levels and we had not addressed the issue domestically at this council, then the IPHC would be compelled to step in and do our job for us. And I am not the least bit interested in having that happen. Therefore, I ask the staff to develop the 2 final bullet points to Area 2C management measures. I ask them to follow the same hierarchy as the daily closures and restrictive limits that were used in other 2C options. I reviewed their work and I concur that these measures would be effective to lower, unfortunately, to these very low allocations. It lowers them approximately 15% from the status quo. And I used that number since we were not given a number because that is the number that the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board had consistently recommended as the target variability and catch limits. And so that was why I chose that particular percentage based on that, and also the fact that we do have some preliminary information from the survey that indicated that levels were pretty flat in that area. In addition to these 2 important measures, here, for 3A, the range of options are broad, and it is the hope of the committee and industry that the IPHC commissioners do not seek to significantly reduce the allocations from the 2023 allocation unless there is a biological imperative to do so. Clearly, the precautionary nature of 2023 Area 3A management measures, the lower tourism numbers, prolonged periods of bad weather, caused the industry to leave some fish in the water in 2023. The management measures proposed should reduce the likelihood of that happening again, as long as nothing changes in the world from now until then. The charter sector views leaving those fish in the water as the equivalent of a full year's worth of closed Tuesdays, which is a pretty large loss of revenue. The lowest 3A historical harvest limit was 1.71 million pounds during the pandemic year of 2020. The members were clear that a good number of our small businesses in Area 3A would be greatly harmed should the allocation selection go to the lowest levels in that area as well. But we have to have the measures within the catch limits, and I agree with their point that it's unwise to ignore the possibility of unforeseen reductions in our fishery. With that, I'm pleased to see that the performance of the CSP over time has performed exactly as the council described it in their motion, and that there was a good degree of accuracy in the predictions over time. As I mentioned to this council in October, I worked with staff to create a terms of reference, which are posted online for the review of the council. I decided to just let the council review them between now and the next meeting, and we can take them up for a quick discussion in the future. We don't need to do them now. The committee's not meeting for months, so we have plenty of time. Finally, I plan to ask at staff tasking for 2 data runs to amend the C7 Charter Halibut Management Timeline document, which is posted on the e-agenda, and another to show the performance of the Charter Halibut Registration Program, how it's working. Both of these flow from the Halibut Catch Sharing Plan programmatic review that was completed about a year ago. This is my last time chairing Charter Halibut Committee. I have been performing that task since the implementation of the committee 9 years ago. I'm pleased with the full participation of the members, the staff's good work to keep the Charter Management Committee functioning at a high level, no matter how challenging. I feel grateful for the support of the various council chairs, ADF&G, council and agency staff for their dedication in the full participation of this process for the last 9 years. And I wanted to thank this council for more or less trusting my work on this issue and letting me do this job without a suffocating degree of oversight. And a sincere thanks to departing ADF&G staff, Sarah Webster, who embraced and excelled in meeting the challenge of the charter halibut management. I can't count the number of calls and emails that she answered on evenings and weekends and while traveling. I'm grateful for her efforts and wish her all the best in her new ventures. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. See if there are any questions. Yeah, Mr. William.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for your extensive motion. A lot of work went into that. One quick question, and we may have talked about it, and I might have missed it, but in the Area 3A recommendations there under your 4th bullet, where it speaks to the 4 fish annual limit, hopefully That's not, we're not going to get down to that level, but are the tools in place to be able to implement an annual limit and monitor it? I mean, in some way, monitor it so that it's usable and meets what the expectations are of putting it in place. Are those in place now, or are they available?
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, yes, we've had an annual limit before for a couple of years in times of lower abundance. It's challenging to enforce it. And it ends up being an issue where we have clients that will go on one boat and then forget to record their annual limit, and then maybe go on another boat and get boarded by law enforcement. And we've had those kind of incidents, but the compliance is relatively high. I think the reason that we use it as a last option in Area 3A is we take quite a few resident anglers out in 3A, and a lot of people from our resident anglers will do multiple attempts to fill their freezer by selecting to catch their halibut on a charter boat. And when they do that, if they go on a couple of charters and they catch their limit, they can't go keep any more halibut. And it tends to, what people on the committee and I found is that our very best clients, the people that come out for multiple days, stop doing that when we have an annual limit because it's too constraining. So the committee was pretty clear. I think one of the committee members referred to this as like the nuclear option or the grenade option that would be the last thing we'd want to do. But you know, I think the range of alternatives that I provided in Area 3A gives us about 19% from the status quo, which is more than the management strategy recommendation. It was an additional amount, and being that we left 17% in the water, we probably didn't need to put that in there, but Mr. Curlin had made pretty clear that I should include a large range of alternatives. So I felt like adding one more in there probably would be prudent, just to make sure that we don't have a problem at the Halibut Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mesereau, we don't necessarily know with 100% certainty what the IPHC is likely to do with setting catch limits. And I'm just wondering if in 2C, what happens if the allocation is less than 669,000 pounds?
Through the chair, Mr. Witherell, if it's below the ranges we've provided, then likely what would happen is the IPHC commissioners would have to make some decision on what to do. What I would hope is we have Fish and Game staff at the meeting. And if you follow this through the table, you could logically think that if it's below 0.669 million pounds and we've gone down 1 inch with each progression in the motion, that the likely thing that they would do is go, well, it's at U34 at bullet 7 and we have to go down a little bit further. They can go back to those tables and take it further down than that. It would be a extremely devastating, difficult thing for them to do, and I hope it doesn't come to that, but they could follow the pattern. And I think with, you know, Fish and Game staff there, and we have a lot of charter industry stakeholders that will be present, they'll be able to come up with a solution. It's not ideal, but I've taken it down far lower than they've ever had it. So I suspect it'll be okay. And if it's not, they'll have to figure it out. There has got to be a limit to the recommendations. Normally we have a reference CEY or something to go by, but they don't have that now. So I think we've done the best we can.
Any other questions for Mr. Mesereau? Any amendments? Oh, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I didn't get it in there sooner, my hand up. Andy, I noticed in 3A, you had a provision for annual limit. Did you ever talk about annual limits in 2C? Or is that even something you need to consider at this time?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, the 2C members of the committee have looked at every option that we've looked at in 3A. They've just chosen a slightly different direction to go because of the nature of their businesses, because they're lodges and they're booking a whole package for multiple days, and we end up taking people out for shorter periods of time, and we've sort of been able to have different ways to get to allocation, and we've just gone our different paths doing it. So yeah, they've looked at it, and I think annual limits create another problem for them where because of the length of the stay for lodge guests, it would probably be a last resort for them to do it as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Curlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to express to Mr. Mesereau, wearing my other hat as head of the U.S. delegation at IPHC, my gratitude for this work. I know it is difficult, challenging, especially given that IPHC doesn't currently have a harvest policy in place to understand what the reference numbers would be and give you a little bit of clarity on different scenarios. But you're absolutely right that it's best to have these kinds of discussions here with the council's Charter Halibut Committee. And I know the Pacific Council has recently had some challenging discussions around their cat sharing plan for the same kinds of reasons. It's just very beneficial to have stakeholders engaged and thoughtful in thinking about different scenarios and laying that all out in advance. So thanks very much for your work on that.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. And Mr. Jensen?
Thanks again, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank Andy for all his hard work on this. I know what it's like to herd cats, and he's did a really good job from what I understand over the last 9 years he's been involved in this. So it's just an unimaginable process, and he did very well at it. And I will support your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any other comments? Ms. Baker?
Through the chair, thank you. And I don't have substantive comments on the motion that haven't been expressed already. I appreciate Mr. Curlin's acknowledgement of the even more challenging situation this year for the Charter Halibut Management Committee, given the lack of harvest policy at the IPHC and not even having a reference TCEY for the committee to work around this year. That makes an already difficult situation even more difficult. And so, like the rest of you, wanted to thank Mr. Mesereau for all of the work he's put into this, as well as the Charter Halibut Management Committee members. Very appreciative of their continued hard work on this and providing the council with clear recommendations, but also carefully gathering input and feedback from charter operators in their respective areas to come forward with these really difficult decisions. And so I'll be supporting the motion in that regard, and also want to take the opportunity this is bittersweet in two ways. This is Mr. Mesereau's last Charter Halibut Management motion. And as he mentioned, we also have to bid farewell to Sarah Webster, and just really want to say how grateful we are for your contribution through the years to this process. And we're glad that we'll still be seeing you in the council process, and just to thank Ms. Bowman for her work on this and taking over, and appreciate Ms. Webster getting us to this point to hand it over to Brianna. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other comments? Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Mesereau. I'd like to also extend my appreciation to Ms. Webster and Ms. Bowman. I will be saddened not to have the opportunity to have suffocating oversight of your future committee work. That was almost an invitation. But with that, I think we're ready for a roll call vote. So, Mr. Witherow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on the recommended management measures for the guided recreational halibut fishery and 2C and 3A for 2024. Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Obnika.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Okay, any further actions on C7? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one closing comment on this charter halibut issue that I wanted to share with the council, since I won't have another chance to do this. And so I appreciate your indulgence. While I'm sitting here, I was hoping to share what I see as a need in our domestic halibut management. And I believe, and the charter committee unanimously agreed, that at some point this council should consider the development of a roadmap to require all users in the Gulf of Alaska and Southeast Alaska that are dependent on the halibut resource to share in the burden of conservation at lower levels of abundance. That way, that we might see in the future. We're not there now, but you know, the stock assessment from you know, the IPHC and the general tenor is this situation where we are in low abundance. And I would imagine that if we were in a position similar to the IPHC's designation of B30, which is their coastwide equivalent to the halibut resources being in a state of overfishing, you know, as the halibut abundance has declined to this generally stable period of low abundance, we have come close to reaching that trigger for overfishing reductions in the past. We've managed to avoid it, but under the IPHC's current framework, the directed longline halibut fishery and guided sport fishing, if we reach that level, would have to take dramatic cuts to prevent leaving the resource in an overfished state. In the meantime, removals from other sectors continue to fish without any additional restrictions. I believe, and the committee agrees, that this council and the agency does its best work when we're not reacting to an existential crisis, particularly one that would be negatively affecting close to 2,000 people with separate businesses that depend on the halibut resource. I would suggest that this council look at a conservation trigger for areas 2C and 3A. The roadmap would hopefully likely reduce the likelihood of the halibut resource crossing into the domestic equivalent of B20 or an overfished threshold. This is not an attempt to attack or diminish any sector. Everyone's represented in this process that is dependent on halibut, and we're all users of this resource. It's not a call for the council to undergo another attempt at abundance-based management. The comments are in no way a suggestion that we should alter the Gulf of Alaska fishing behavior in any condition other than very low abundance. However, there may be ways for all halibut users to change their behavior to help with conservation at lower levels of abundance. My suggestion is based on my experience in this process that has proven out that it is easier to solve problems before we get to a place where the council is dealing reactively to a future reduction in directed effort without a plan in place. I know this is a lot to think about and a huge issue. And I know we have other pressing issues to deal with this year. I hope the public and the council will give this some thought, and hopefully we'll want to address this issue in the future before it becomes a real problem should that happen. Perhaps we can discuss this at a subsequent meeting. I just thought when my time was up with this issue that I tried to think of what is the issue that sort of encompasses the most likely problem. And I feel like I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. I felt like this was a good time to bring this up. Maybe we can talk about it at a subsequent meeting. Maybe that's not a good idea, and maybe we want to look at this only if we're in a crisis. But I thought this is my opportunity to bring this up for your consideration. Thank you, and I appreciate your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro. Any additional comments relating to this agenda item? Okay. Okay, with that, I think we are at a good spot to take a mid-afternoon break. So let's come back at 3:40 and we'll begin discussion on agenda item D2. Council members, please come back to order. So for planning purposes, I just want to let folks know it'd be our intention to try to get through our D2 agenda item today, and then not begin staff tasking until tomorrow morning. We do have one member of the public who has asked to testify out of order on staff tasking due to some travel limitations. So if we have time following this report, we'll take that testimony and then we'll break for the day. Thank you. Dr. Strom.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. I am the co-chair of the Climate Change Task Force with my co-chair, Kirsten Holzman. She's on the phone, but I'm not sure that she will be able to participate because she is traveling at this time. I just want to note the other members of our task force. This is a relatively brief update report to you all based on a meeting that we had in November at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. That report is appended to your agenda. Just to remind you, the goal of the climate change module, facilitating the council's work towards climate-ready fisheries management to ensure both short and long-term resilience for the Bering Sea. And to remind you of where we are sort of in our process, you've seen this slide before, our several objectives of the Climate Change Task Force outcomes in terms of collating the information, synthesizing it, and communicating it. We are in the synthesis and communication phase. We are in our final year per the climate change module. We are to be completed all of our work by the end of 2024. And so we are sort of in our wrap-up phase where we're trying to organize this climate scenarios workshop that I'm going to walk through a little bit more on the information today. This is the agenda that we had for this meeting. I'm just pointing it out because there's a number of presentations and work products that I'm just going to touch on in terms of this overview presentation, but there is significant additional information that's posted to our agenda. First, I'm going to, out of order with how I gave this presentation to the SSC and the AP, I'm going to touch on the other things that we spoke of in our meeting first, and then focus the rest of it on the climate scenario planning. So the two additional agenda items that we took up, in addition to just overview information, we went and identified some climate-related research priorities. Those are all appended to your report. There's about 9 pages of them, and I'm just going to walk through the process of how we did that briefly without going through those priorities themselves. And then briefly touch on an ESP. You guys have had substantial discussion about ESPs in conjunction with your groundfish plan team reports and the SAFE reports from the ecosystem and socioeconomic aspect. I'm just going to touch on this as we've identified it as a potential on-ramp for climate-related information being received in the council process as well. So starting with just the brief review of research priorities. Given the timing of the research priorities review in this year, what we did, we identified the CCTF as a way of sort of filtering some climate-related research priorities. The CCTF was provided the existing research priorities that were filtered for identification of climate in advance of the meeting. But if you recall, the portal for research priorities for input from the public was closed on October 31st. Our meeting started on November 1st. So there was not a lot of time between the close of that portal and the meeting in order for folks to review those priorities. So we were provided a list of those priorities filtered by self-identification of the person that submitted them for climate. But again, I just want to hesitate. We had a limited time to review the new ones. From this, what we decided to do, because we didn't have much time to review research priorities and we were not tasked to rank them as you'll be doing as all the other plan teams will be doing and the council and the SSC and the AP will do when this comes up in February. We were not part of that process because what we did was try to filter research priorities to provide to the FEP team. The FEP team is part of the research priorities process. The CCTF was just trying to provide some direction on which ones seem to be identified as important in terms of climate research. So the list that we have called and are provided to you at the end of your report, which will be given to the FEP team to consider, are merely ones for which at least one CCTF member indicated that it was a priority. So it's not to say that this was something that was universally agreed upon by all members, but rather something that if there was someone on the CCTF that identified that research priority, we pulled it forward and put it in that list. and then that list will go to the FEP team, and they may or may not wish to pull any of those identified climate priorities forward in their ranked list that they will then provide into the research priorities process that you'll undergo in 2024. The one thing that the CCTF wanted to note is that because this is the end of our cycle and the end of the lifetime of the CCTF after 2024, that in the next research priorities cycle, there is not a body that would be identifying climate-related research. So we just wanted to highlight that some other council review bodies should take responsibility for the identification and review of research priorities related to climate. The next item that we touched on is the use of ecosystem socioeconomic, so the ESPs, as a potential on-ramp for continued climate information in the council process. One of the charges to the CCTF was to identify or propose either existing or additional on-ramps into the council process for climate. We have tried to identify those that do exist and could be augmented as a possible on-ramp moving forward. And it is already in the intention of the ESP team to start to use those ESPs to also indicate climate readiness. So in 2024, they will be beginning to look at the using climate vulnerability assessments to determine which stocks would be priorities for conducting an ESP. As you know, we do not have ESPs for all stocks. They're trying to prioritize which ones that would be most useful for. And one of the things they would be filtering for now is climate vulnerability. Some of the plans that they have then are to identify thresholds and bottlenecks that would influence the survival in a changing climate of that species, and then use ocean models to create projections to make selected indicators climate informed. We have a little bit more discussion in our report of some feedback from individual CCTF members in terms of specific regional ocean models and how best to indicate those specific indicators. And then they'll be working on new graphics and measures for standing reporting template to convey climate readiness.
Dr. Stram, we have a question for you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Stram, can you give me an example for how we could use ocean models to make selected indicators climate informed? Can just an indicator that we're used to, can you give me an example of how using those projections would help make it climate informed?
So through the chair, Mr. Twite, we had a little bit of discussion. We had a presentation from Dr. Shotwell and using different ROMS models. Some of the discussion that we had at the CCTF had more to do with, I guess, sort of the pitfalls of when to use those ROMS ocean models to identify specific indicators by species. I have a whole presentation from Dr. Shotwell that's attached to our agenda, looking at different climate indicators and how certain models may be more or less useful, given whether or not they've been regionally specified for that particular species or for that region. So we had more broader conversation about that. They're still identifying. It's my understanding from Dr. Shotwell that the ESP team is about to begin to identify how they might do that. They have not yet done that, and that's what they're starting to. I think they have a request for information that will go out, I believe, in January, where they're requesting information on specific indicators and possible utility of using those kind of forecasts in identification of climate vulnerability. I don't know if that gets at your question.
Sort of. Let me just double check then. So things potentially an indicator like extent of sea ice or thickness of sea ice or something like that could become more climate informed through sort of a better through sort of investigating further using ROMS models about how that indicator behaves under different climate scenarios. That's the
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, that's my understanding. Using those kind of ROMS models for specific indicators. What they're doing right now is trying to identify what are those indicators, and then what kind of modeling projections we have that could be associated with those indicators in order to project forward on climate vulnerability. Okay, so those are the other two items that we took up as a task force. The rest of my presentation will focus on the climate scenario workshop planning. So going back to our e-agenda, in preparation for this discussion, then we sent out a summary to the CCTF members requesting that they work with their stakeholder groups individually to fill out a Google Sheet to provide an overview of what kind of workshop, both the location, the extent, the kind of topics, and sort of the format for moving forward into climate scenario workshops. We were looking at anything from one single workshop to multiple workshops in different locations. We asked for feedback on those locations, on whether one or more. The summary of that, I'm not going to go through, that would form the basis of our discussion. And so the recommendations coming out of the CCTF are based on a compilation of the survey of all of the members, as well as the discussion of our recommendations moving forward. So the report contains our recommendations moving forward, but if you want to see a summary of how individual CCTF members have responded based on their stakeholder input, those are all contained in a presentation on the e-agenda. To start then, I wanted to go through, and we discussed this at the CCTF meeting, the staff's attempt to try to merge the timeline of different council initiatives that are related, but not necessarily, but sort of in individual specific projects. So trying to look at a timeline of how this might unfold from 2023 moving into 2025 and how these disparate projects relate to each other. And you received a little bit of this when you discussed the IRA work plan under the B reports in your agenda. And so this is sort of building on that idea, but from the framework of where does the climate scenario workshop and the CCTF work move forward into this. So starting in 2023, again, in anticipation of this discussion with you at this meeting, we had our meeting in November and began to provide our feedback on how the council might undergo a climate scenario workshop. I think it's important for both the CCTF as well as the council and the public to understand that once we move this into a climate scenario workshop, and particularly under IRA funding, this is the council's workshop. This is not the CCTF's workshop, but the CCTF is directly participating in helping to organize this workshop, and obviously will be large contributors in the workshop. Then you have this discussion that you're having today, and I believe touching back on and staff tasking on IRA funding and how the work plan for that dovetails with some of the work that the CCTF is doing. In February, then the SSCs indicated they're going to discuss case studies for SCS 8, recalling that SCS 8 is looking at harvest control rules in a changing climate and looking at ABC control rules. So in preparation for that, we have 4 members, 3 members of the SSC plus myself that are all on the steering committee for SCS 8. And with the understanding that we are trying to propose some case studies that will help the council move forward in looking at ABC control rules and changing climate. The council is also, I believe, taking up some programmatic discussion in February also. And then in April, it's my understanding the SSC is still intending to have a workshop looking at socioeconomic considerations in tax setting using sablefish as a case study. That may be the case study that goes forward to the SCS 8. At this point, we're trying to identify them. We had intended, as you'll see coming out of our meeting, that we would possibly be looking at a workshop on climate scenario planning, possibly in May. You'll hear after I finish my report some staff recommendations on how else we might be able to go about doing this. The intention, though, of having this workshop to occur in the spring of 2024, have our climate scenario workshop occur then, is so that we would be able to provide results of that climate scenario workshop to the council in October, but importantly, summarized and available in advance should the council publish a notice of intent and go into a scoping period for the programmatic. So we're trying to make sure that the work of the Climate Change Task Force is directly leading to some of the follow-up work of the council, because we will be completing our task force work in 2024, and we're trying to provide to the council the recommendations that were requested of us initially in helping you move forward with your overall work plan. So again, then in October, you would be receiving the final report from the climate scenario workshop, and the CCTF would be completing their work by the end of 2024, but hopefully some of our work would help in the council identifying projects that you may bring forward in analyses in 2025 and beyond, and in particularly under the IRA work plan and the IRA funding. So just to remind you of what our climate scenario workshop goal would be. I'm sorry.
Dr. Stram, sorry. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I find this timeline super, super helpful. So thank you for including that. Can you just remind me when SCS 8 is and where that fits in the timeline then? I know we're getting the scheduled to get the report in October, but where does it fit in there?
Sure. Thank you for that through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. SCS 8 is August 26th through 28th in Boston. And it's my understanding that we're intending to have multiple SSC members in attendance, in addition to the steering committee. There are 3 SSC members on our steering committee. We're hoping to have broader participation at SCS 8 within the constraints of their ability to accommodate multiple. We're still in the steering committee discussions of trying to increase the ability of the location to provide additional staff and SSC members. Okay, so now talking about the overall goal of the climate scenario workshop, we're looking to summarize and synthesize the needs and resources in the process to develop and maintain robust and inclusive decision-making process to respond to climate change in the North Pacific. We are specifically focusing this climate scenario workshop on regional management needs and process. And so what we want to do overarchingly is thinking broadly about potential solutions and tools within our existing process, so incrementally, and also beyond the existing approaches. So looking at more transformational tools and solutions to the existing management issues that we're facing, that we want to basically be thinking outside the box also, and identifying bigger picture changes that could be effective to address large scale climate impacts and changes. The way that we've discussed the workshop format that we are recommending is using a combination of individual breakout sessions with scenario planning exercises, and that would include case studies. We've talked about multiple case studies. They may or may not be limited to the Bering Sea. Basically, if we are going through a climate scenario workshop exercise, we are trying to broaden it to be across our management areas. This is the council. If the council is endorsing this workshop, this is not just a CCTF workshop focused on the Bering Sea. This is a broader climate scenario workshop, so that it could be case studies from the Gulf of Alaska as well as in the Bering Sea. Then we also wanted to have some facilitated discussion sessions. Some of this we're building off of the format that we had for SAS 7 that we found very effective, which was a combination of breakout sessions as well as more plenary discussion sessions. But the whole point of the way we're trying to structure it is to allow for the cross-pollination of expertise, experiences, and perspective. And we were trying to bring in as diverse a group of stakeholders interested in climate change and management in the North Pacific as possible. So in terms of what if scenarios and case studies, again, we're still developing those. We began the development of this at our meeting. The intention of what I'm going to show next, the intention of it was just to begin the discussion. It's not at all meant to limit the discussion. And so we're trying to figure out basically the focus of looking at different scenarios is for planning, not predicting. So we're trying to look at the scope for future management changes that could occur in the next year, in 10 years, and 20 years, trying to build on that kind of a timeline. And looking at these changes and potential scenarios to identify near-term actions, step-by-step approaches, and long-term investments in information tools and management innovations. So looking to increase our resilience to climate change for different fisheries and marine dependent communities of place and practice. So I'm just going to walk through this. This again was very much a starting point, not intended to limit discussion, but to try to frame how we might go about doing climate change planning scenarios. I'll walk through this diagram, and then I have another figure to follow it, which basically takes out the y-axis, because a lot of discussion has been on what the y-axis is for this. And again, we are just beginning this. Along the x-axis of this quadrant diagram, then, looking from the left, low predictability for climate ecosystem markets, and then moving to the right, high predictability. The y-axis that we were looking at, it's difficult because as soon as you put words to the axis, people are focused very much on the words. We are trying to look at how management might change in a different direction, and basically whether it is, this is where I'm going to take that axis off. The important part is the directional change. It could be governance, it could be innovation. It doesn't necessarily matter what words we're associating with that. We had used single species to multi-species. We were basically trying to look on an axis of innovation. And so looking at it that way, basically, and I'll go back to the words that we were using, but again, it's not meant to be limited to that. And I'm sure you heard in your SSC report yesterday, some criticism of describing that axis as single species management to cross-sector coordinated, ecosystem-based, and multi-species management. We talked about a lot of different words when we were trying to draft this. These can all change. This was just a starting point to get people's feedback and start thinking along these lines. But we never imagined that this was the final figure for this. We were actually kind of pleased that we came out of our meeting with any figure as a draft, because these are really difficult to do. There's a lot of opinions associated with individual words and concepts. But the idea being that as you go left to right, moving from, let's say, a single species management and low predictability. So talking about maybe scenarios where you're having an increased focus on your near-term yield, less investment in surveys and technical and innovation, moving towards where you have the ability to predict, and then you are looking more towards innovation and allowing for harvest near MSY or MEY, and moving away from individual species management. On moving up into more complexity, but on a lower predictable line, then your quadrant 4 would be a strong interest in ecosystem-based management, innovation, whatever you want to call that axis, and social targets, but lower effectiveness or incompetence in management because you don't have the ability to predict and you don't have as much focus on your predictability, or you're not focusing the time and energy and resources towards surveys and things. And then finally, to your right, under a high predictability, very innovative, you have more advances in ecosystem-based management, maximizing your triple bottom line of community well-being, ecological productivity, and yield. And where we identified that what our current system is, if you recall, we went through the climate readiness synthesis, is we're pretty much in the middle road of that sort of concept right now. And what we want to do throughout this climate scenario workshop is to try to expand that in other directions, to try to think outside the box, think where we are now, what are the limits to where we are now, and where we might be able to go in the future. We will continue to work on these kind of graphics to try to get some feedback from the council and stakeholders as we prepare for this, to try to figure out what's the best measure of trying to organize people's thinking along those lines in advance of this scenario planning. So sorry.
Dr. Stram. Mr. Dwight.
If I recall correctly, Dr. Stram, if I recall correctly, the presentations I've heard on the other scenario planning exercises, I don't think they incorporated market volatility as another one of those things that could change. I totally get it after 2023, but is there concern among the task force that there's already enough potential uncertainty in this axis that if you throw in one more source of uncertainty, you could just have essentially an unanalyzable sort of situation? Or what was some of the discussion around adding that additional source of pretty large uncertainty that has very different impacts?
Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I wouldn't say we had an extensive discussion of it. I think we were trying to hit on all the high points really of what we might be able to say we don't know enough about, basically living in a world realm where you don't have the ability to you don't control it, and you are responding to that volatility. So that volatility could be either climate driven, ecosystem driven. We were talking about could be market driven. You're basically living, I mean, we heard a lot about this in relation to sablefish recently. We were talking also about that as well, and trying to characterize the kind of scenario where you're just not in control of that. So moving on then, just briefly, some of the outcomes and deliverables that we are hoping to, and the one other thing I guess I would say before we move off of this graph, it was really important to us to try to have this focused on management. If you're aware of some of the climate scenario planning that's been done in other regions, a lot of times they were only focused on what's the directional, either the movement of the resource that you're managing or the health of the resource that you're managing, and then climate on the other axis. We wanted this to be more about what are the tools that you can create for management to try to address different issues. So we weren't trying to align those axes the way that, say, the West Coast did, which was variability on one axis, stock status on the other. We were trying to make this in terms of, we wanted this to be focused on what we could best provide to the council as a toolbox. We've been talking about a toolbox for a number of years with the Climate Change Task Force, and moving that toolbox forward to the council to provide you a suite of options in addressing some of this variability, unknowns moving forward. We know that we're in a non-stationary environment. Are there tools that we can bring out to the, from stakeholder driven process to the council to help you as you move forward in the next several years in addressing that kind of non-stationarity and how you deal with it. So I do want to focus that we really were trying to keep this management driven, because that's the part that we can control here in the council process. And this is very much meant, this is the council's climate scenario planning. This is not the CCTF just telling you how you have to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. I think we have another question, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. And I don't need, I'm not looking for a detailed discussion here, but just because I have not participated in one of these types of workshops, I'm trying to hear what you're saying about the CCTF's ideas here and the comments we received from the SSE about this figure particularly. And so I know it's really early in the planning process for this workshop, but I'm guessing you don't show up at the workshop and sit all the participants down and say, and show them this figure and say, what are your ideas for tools? Like, I mean, that's an oversimplification, but so I'm wondering, presumably with the experience that they've had in other regions, individual workshop planners and facilitators, that there's a structured way to run the workshop to feed into, should this be the figure, I don't even know how this would be used, but the scenario structure that ultimately is decided on for the North Pacific workshop. Am I assuming correctly that there's a structured way to have the plenary sessions and the breakout sessions to work the group toward getting the input that then whomever is facilitating the workshop and then putting the recommendations together for the council would sort of fit into this structure, I guess, for lack of a better term? Do I have that generally correct?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. Yes, the idea is that we are at the beginning stages of developing figures. What the intent of the figures is to try to guide some of the discussion. A lot of the discussion is basically based on case studies and trying to say, is there some sort of conceptual framework we can put all of these ideas into? This was just a starting point. It was suggested to us, it could be three-dimensional. We started off with 3 dimensions, and then that's also very difficult to wrap your head around. So we tried to make it a little bit more simple than that. The intention is that this evolves, this kind of thinking and how we characterize it evolves as we move closer to the planning of this workshop, but that the actual workshop is not designed just around this kind of a figure. It's actually a bunch of breakout sessions where we're, say, dealing with a case study that might fit into one of those quadrants. But the case study is something that we've either experienced here, like let's say Gulf cod or snow crab. We would look at sort of a case study like that. Well, where does that fit in this sort of idea of how much do we have for resources? How much do we have for predictability? What's happening into the future? What would we have done differently had we known all of this? Where do we go from here? Those were the kind of structured discussions we're hoping to have in breakout sessions and bring back to a plenary session to discuss and to try to, this would kind of be a result of the workshop, more less so than going into the workshop, but we had to start from somewhere to try to think how best do we organize this kind of a workshop to get at what we want. I would note that other regions that have done this is a multiple year process. We don't have that kind of time, and I don't think that the council is interested in multiple years of climate scenario workshop planning. So we are trying to keep the focus more on tools and less on kind of I guess I would say a more esoteric discussion of a complex discussion of that kind of a diagram. I don't know if that helps, Ms. Baker, get here.
Through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. That's very helpful.
So in terms of what we hope would be the outcomes and the deliverables, and it wouldn't be limited to this, but we're hoping that in doing these kind of discussions and getting feedback, and again, with professional facilitation and a diverse group of stakeholders having, say, similar discussions in different breakout groups, but coming back in plenary from those breakout groups with the facilitators in breakout groups, coming back maybe with different ideas. If you take the same case study and you have 10 different breakout groups discussing it, that depending on the groups that are discussing it, you may come back with different ideas and different tools. And so we're hoping to identify some of these key existing in climate change adaptations and responses and the barriers and risks, as well as potential solutions. And again, we were looking across both financial, social, and policy realms. I imagine that depending on what your membership is in an individual breakout, and we're hoping to keep those fairly diverse, you may be identifying different aspects that group sees as important and sees as a solution. We would hope to be synthesizing these potential tools and resources. And again, with the goal of supporting resilient fisheries and fishing communities and fisheries management through the council process. So looking at tactical and strategic measures and actions, near term and long term, what tools or incremental changes, as well as longer term recommendations and sort of potential innovations outside the box ideas, things that maybe aren't even possible under Magnuson, but that I don't think we should be limited in coming up with innovative ideas to characterize, because it might help in future management if things were to change. And then again, the climate informed tools and approaches. We also are hoping that this would help to identify some critical gaps in the information, tools, and processes that we have to support these effective responses and planning. And then really critically, a summary of recommendations and opportunities to inform the ongoing and future council actions and policies under a changing climate. That's what we were charged as a task force to do. We think that this might be the best way forward to wrap up what some of those recommendations to the council that you may be able to take up in your suite of future planning. And again, going back to that timeline issue with the idea of having this in this sort of a cycle of 2024, we are trying to be responsive to your intent to launch into a programmatic evaluation and potential analyses moving forward. So we thought that being able to conduct this sort of an exercise prior to scoping might be helpful for the council process and getting the best input back in your scoping process for the programmatic. We do have a follow-up meeting. So this was our beginning stages where our intention is to continue to work on this, to try to shop ideas around, to try to continue to develop both our agenda as well as the planning process of the workshop itself, and then meet in February virtually for a day to sort of finalize the plans and the agenda. At the same time, we also indicate in our report we would identify a subset of CCTF members to help with the overall steering committee of this workshop planning. This is very much a larger effort than just the CCTF doing this. And so within our staff, there would be a steering committee, if you will, but we would fold in more than just Kirsten, my co-chair Kirsten and I. We would bring in some other members as well as our staff. That's the CCTF's report. I do have a slide basically on sort of from a feasibility and staff suggestion standpoint, having met after. And I would note that these ideas were not, we did not have this information or availability for the CCTF. So I'm no longer speaking from the CCTF when I'm literally speaking as a council staff in trying to move this forward. What we think is on our staff is the best way to do this in conjunction with the other efforts of the council and to get the best participation would be to hold this in conjunction with the June council meeting. The CCTF had suggested a standalone meeting over 2 to 3 days, and we decided on Anchorage. Again, when we did this survey, we were talking about maybe we do 3 separate workshops, maybe we go to different areas all across Alaska. The CCTF as a whole recommended 1 single meeting in a central location. The council staff then, putting that hat back on, we think this would best be done in June during the council meeting. It would better align with the scope and the timing of the current council activities and initiatives. Again, the different things on that timeline that you're already talking about, your IRA funding work plan, the programmatic notice of intent, preparation for SCS 8. We can't do it any sooner than May. So a lot of that stuff will have been talked about in iterative council meetings prior to this. In order to do this, we would have to do it for over 2 days rather than 3 that the CCTF had suggested. We were we characterize it as a 3-day workshop. We were actually talking more about 2.5. So I think making it more feasible and bringing it down to 2 days is not, I don't think that's that far outside of the bounds of what the CCTF was planning as well. The report from the workshop would pretty largely represent the final output from the CCTF. It's possible that the CCTF would probably have one follow-up meeting just as a wrap-up and lessons learned to provide that kind of final feedback to the council. But this report would be the bulk of our final report to the council as a CCTF body, again, working with facilitator and others during that meeting. We suggest that in order to do this at the June council meeting, that you would pause the council meeting mid-meeting. And that's to allow for the participation of the SSC, the AP, the council, and the stakeholders that are already at the June council meeting, rather than having it on one end or the other where you're going to lose some of those bodies in the middle. We, from the CCTF as well, thought that virtual participation was extremely important. We do know from previous experience, particularly with SES 7, we can make virtual participation possible, but it's possible it may be only in a listen only mode. We haven't gotten into a lot of details looking into that. We would certainly allow for a public comment period if that were the case. We aren't really sure that the issue is more in terms of having to have virtual participation in breakout rooms is really a very difficult thing to do logistically. Madam Chair, that would conclude my report, but I'm happy to answer questions. And I do believe that my co-chair is also on the line if you have questions for Dr. Holzman.
Thank you for the report, Dr. Stram. I'll see if there are any additional questions at this point. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. My question really is one of timing, and so I understand that from your presentation that will be the Climate Change Task Force is going to meet at the end of February, I think, and then potentially in May, or you're suggesting that we bump that to June. I think that's a great suggestion to get the SSC and everybody involved. But so on the deliverables, I think that's great that we've outlined 4 deliverables that we're looking at, and we're not limiting ourselves just to that. But on the 4th deliverable is really when we're going to get a summary of recommendations. And I'm thinking about this because I'm having a hard time imagining how the council puts something like this into action when we're really making decisions like we did at this meeting on setting tax, ABCs, OFLs, and tax on the council on tax. And we're really just looking at really what's the tax going to be for next year. That's the decision that was very short term. And this seems much longer term. So I'm having a hard time envisioning that, but I'm very anxious to let this process play out because I don't want to be a skeptic too much on this, but let this play out and get this summary of recommendations on and opportunities that are going to inform us on our future council action. So what's the timing on that you would foresee when we would see some summary of the things that can help us make these decisions?
Thank you for that, Mr. Down, through the chair. I think it's a little bit twofold. I think the intention of having this, say, in June and having information available and to the public in time for scoping, we would probably want to have some sort of much more short summary available posted to our website shortly after the meeting in June to help inform the scoping period for the programmatic to look at alternative management strategies that you might be interested in, depending on where the council decides to go with the programmatic. But the intention is that the final report, including all of that, would be available to the council in October.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Stram.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Stram, I think I'm asking you this a little bit more with your council hat on than the Climate Change Task Force, but I'm still trying to think about how well scoping in its entirety for a programmatic fits with this one, whether we would need additional work to complete scoping after the workshop, or whether we really could just take the results of the workshop and put a bow around that and call that scoping. I'm still sort of struggling and there's, you probably don't have a clear answer to that, but just your sort of, at least your thoughts from your perspective as staff about how we can manage those two together, because it seems essential that certainly that this workshop be a critical part of scoping, but does it have to be the whole thing, or could it even be the whole thing the way you've designed it?
Thank you, Mr. Toit, through the chair. No, this is not designed to be the entire scoping effort. I think there's kind of two things to answering that. One, it's my understanding you're going to revisit kind of the direction that you wish to go with the programmatic in February. You may identify aspects that are not aligned with climate scenario workshop planning in each case, but we may still have some information that comes out of it that would help align with where you decide to go with your programmatic. Or it could be that your programmatic and some of the recommendations coming forward out of this workshop are better aligned, in which case we would use more of the outcomes of this workshop in the notice of intent for your programmatic evaluation. It could be that some of that is very aligned and useful. It's hard to say without knowing. The council has not yet. If you go in a direction with the programmatic that perhaps is only loosely aligned with climate scenario planning into the future, then maybe only parts of this workshop might be useful to fold into your notice of intent. It could be that a lot of your programmatic evaluation is looking at different management strategies moving forward, different management recommendations moving forward, in which case we would hope that results of this kind of a planning workshop would be directly useful in a notice of intent for where you would go in the programmatic. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
That was actually pretty impressively well thought out, given how poorly I asked it. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. That was very helpful. I had a similar question. So I don't see any other hands up right now. Thank you very much for your report. So we'll take the AP report. Any members of the public wishing to testify on D2, please sign up before the end of the D report. Thank you. For the AP report.
Through the chair, Paul Wilkins, AP Vice Chair for the record. Okay, under agenda item D2 Climate Change Task Force, the AP did take action, and the motion reads as follows. The AP commends the important work of the Climate Change Task Force and recommends moving forward with the council staff recommendations for the 2024 Climate Scenario Planning Workshop. The workshop should be held in conjunction with the June council meeting in Kodiak, align scope and timing with current council and activities and initiatives, i.e. IRA funding, PEIS, NOI, SCS 8 preparation, 2-day workshop, report from workshop to represent final output from the Climate Change Task Force. Suggest the workshop occur mid-meeting in June so SSC, AP stakeholders and council can participate, and include virtual participation in listen-only mode, but allow public comment for virtual participants. And that motion passed 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Any questions on the AP report? Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I think that this AP report, the agenda item when it first when it was raised in front of the AP, may have been one of the first opportunities for stakeholders to really think about accessibility of the workshop. And I was just wondering if the AP members expressed any concerns, or if you heard any testimony expressing concerns about whether Anchorage versus Kodiak, mid-May versus June, in terms of accessibility.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. There was a fairly large amount of discussion about that specific issue. It was noted that there are certain subsistence fisheries and other commercial fisheries that are commencing and have started around the middle of June. It was also noted that there are also some of those fisheries occurring in May as well. And so I think overall, I think it was important for, to some level, the AP thought it was important for the staff to sort of understand how those different priorities were going to need to be balanced in recommending a timing for the workshop. But we did really want to reiterate that the ability for virtual participation and testimony and or public comment, even during a June period, was very important to all members of the AP. I don't specifically recall if there was public testimony on that point, but there was some discussion about it.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
So I'm not seeing anyone signed up to testify. D2, so I'll ask if the council would like to take action. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is, well, from the standpoint of the Climate Change Task Force, this is kind of moving towards the conclusion. From perspective of the sort of the council process, this is, the proposed workshop is really one part of potentially a multi-year work plan that we first looked at it's part of the ED report, and we were hopefully going to get some maybe additional comment on through staff tasking, but we'll certainly return to the question of the larger entire work plan and staff tasking, and I think we should just roll this right into that discussion and maybe just deal with it as a single agenda item under staff tasking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Twite. That makes sense to me. Any other feedback or comments on Mr. Twite's suggestion? Okay, I see some thumbs up and head nods. Okay, great. Okay, with that, anything else to address under D2? Okay, so I'm going to go to Mr. Witherall briefly. We'll take our formal introduction to staff tasking tomorrow morning. So members of the public wishing to testify, please do so early tomorrow morning. We'll cut the deadline off after the conclusion of the ED report, but did you want to mention anything briefly this evening as flagging for staff?
Sure, Madam Chair, I can do that now before we take our testifier. I wrote down a couple of items during the meeting that you intended to discuss. Again, the IRA funds, discussion around that, and now wrapping in the Climate Change Task Force scheduling and outcomes from that. There was also a question about clarification from the agency on marine mammal reports and actions. I don't recall what the essence of that was. I think it was around the orca mortality events. We have issued a new 3-meeting outlook as far as the staff sees it right now. The biggest uncertainty is the scheduling of the chum salmon action item, because it really takes so much time. It drives what we can put on the rest of the agenda, really, for planning for April through December. And so right now we have that scheduled for June, and the analysts are working to get an initial review ready for you for review in June. I mean, excuse me, April. Geez, should look at my own 3-meeting outlook. And so that, by having it in April, that buys the time needed for the task force workshop in June. And so that's what we have, how we're scheduling things we have another issue to deal with that I alluded to when we were hearing from the agency report on Cook Inlet salmon, that there's an expectation that the SSC review those assessments. We don't have a plan team, so this is straight assessment review by the SSC without any other prior peer review. And I think we heard there were going to be 7 or 8 different assessments. And so our idea there, given that the SSC only has a few hours of available time on their agenda, is that we schedule a virtual presentation meeting, perhaps for the week before, that is informational only about those assessments in that SAFE report. So it's not a decisional meeting. It would be really for the SSC to ask questions. It would be public in that anyone could participate and listen in, and I think the council members would probably want to listen into that discussion. So that's our current idea about how to handle that problem, if you will, for February. So that's kind of what I wanted to alert you to as you look through this 3-meeting outlook tonight and think about how you want to schedule your priority items for this year. That's really the challenges that we're facing regarding scheduling. Thank you.
Thank you for flagging that, Mr. Witherall, and we'll take up this discussion again in the morning. Appreciate it. So we have one member of the public wishing to testify, and then we will adjourn for the day, reconvene in the morning. Ms. Riddell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify early before you today. I was not planning on having an issue for staff tasking, so your flexibility is greatly appreciated. My name is Chelsea Riddell, and I am the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. We are a member organization representing the shoreside processors and trawl catcher vessels of various sizes, mostly home ported in the coastal community of Kodiak. I am here today to testify in support of the council initiating a discussion paper to explore modifying the pollock trip limit in the Gulf of Alaska. Earlier this week, you heard testimony from Mr. Kurt Cochran under your B reports about the consequences of the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries continuing to operate under open access management. The AP also heard similar testimony and, as you know, unanimously passed a staff tasking motion. The council has an immense responsibility, an ever-growing workload, and a multitude of issues of critical importance. I have deep respect for each of you in these seats, the process, and the work that staff and council members carry out. However, the consequences of our management structure are real, and Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries are at a tipping point. With the crash in global seafood markets, inflation, increasing labor, fuel costs, and extremely low ex-vessel prices, our vessels and processors are struggling to remain operable. Due to the instability of our management system, our processing capacity remains limited, and in Kodiak this fall, our vessels received 5 cents less for pollock than the Western Gulf or Bering Sea. Across the Gulf, one processor did not take any Gulf pollock. Another had to put a daily processing limit on their vessels for part of the season. One took deliveries for a month of the B season rather than 2.5 months before closing to all gear types for the remainder of the year. Another put a limit on the number of trips they'll take from each vessel, and the remaining processors couldn't take on any additional fish. Vessels were stranded without markets. We had half the number of boats that we usually do in Kodiak, around 20 instead of 40. Kodiak stocks and processors were empty after the first week in November, when they should have been taking rockfish through the 15th and fixed gear deliveries through nearly the end of the year. This doesn't just affect my fishermen and their families or just our processors. Kodiak is the third largest port in the nation, and we have the largest resident workforce in our shoreside processors. Our vessels are mostly home ported in Alaska, employing predominantly Kodiak and Alaska residents. Kodiak is a strong foundation of support businesses, and nearly every aspect of our economy is tied to fisheries in some way. Kodiak's processors are able to remain open because they have trawl fisheries anchoring them for the majority of the year. Without that stability, they simply would not be able to remain open for equally important smaller volume fisheries from other gear types, which also play an important role in our economy. Simply put, we all need each other. Over the years, due to numerous area closures, our vessels have had to travel much further to make a trip. Although well-intended to keep the Gulf fishery small, locally owned and operated, the 300,000-pound pollock trip limit in current times is now stifling us. In A season, we often fish the Area 640 tack, which is about a 20-hour trip one way. This fishery is especially important between the January 20th regulatory opener and early February, while our fleet has voluntarily stood down to avoid Chinook bycatch in the Central Gulf. Instead, they make the long trip to 640, where Chinook is not an issue, in order to start working rather than waiting at the dock. But at our current low prices, that trip just doesn't really pencil out. Even other areas, such as the highway on the Shelikof, is about 16 hours one way. Chirikov at the bottom of the island is 13 hours, all one way. A larger trip limit could allow for increased efficiency. It's one small tool, especially during the A season when fishing on aggregated pollock is excellent and Chinook bycatch is low. Maximizing harvest on the same amount of fuel makes trips economically possible. We are at the point where whether or not our vessels can even afford to leave the dock to go fishing, given whatever current set of conditions is worth it, or if the trip will only cost them money. However, all that being said, we realize that across the Western Central Gulf pollock fisheries, we have distinct differences. Each of our coastal communities rely on every fishery in their portfolio. Tomorrow, you will hear testimony from Charlotte Levy at the Aleutians East Borough, and we also align with her concerns that any potential changes to trip limits in future council action must not negatively impact the Western Gulf, which is primarily under 60-foot vessels or any other smaller Central Gulf vessels. We intend to remain a united Gulf of Alaska, but cannot afford to continue under status quo, and this could help. Should the council choose to move forward, we hope that a discussion paper will provide a description of the pollock fishery in 610, 620, 630, and 640, and how those areas have interacted with each other over the last decade. This should include looking at the number of permits, the number of participating LLPs and vessels, length overall as a proxy for vessel capacity, and the distances between harvest areas and historical landing ports. A description of trip limit regulations as well as tendering regulations, since they're an important part of Gulf pollock operations. This should also include a description of sideboard regulations as protections and a narrative of the pollock fisheries' impact to harvesters, processors, and their associated coastal communities. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I sincerely appreciate the work that you do, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Riddell. When I think about workload and how to fit something like this in, I wonder about, particularly because it's a discussion paper to help us understand the particular problem. I'm wondering about in particular, those last two items that you suggested were fairly important. They're a lot more work. It almost seems like those might come in better in an analysis later. So I just thought I'd give you the chance to maybe talk about why you think they're essential at this point, or sort of reflect on the balance that we might be thinking about relative to this.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. That is a tough one. So I think realizing that this is not at analysis stage, we did, in my language, I'm trying to find the balance, and in talking with others, in getting enough information back in the discussion paper to decide how an analysis should move forward, if it goes forward, with not getting enough information. I think that this came up pretty suddenly based on stakeholder testimony, and I think there's concern about the potential impacts, particularly for smaller vessels in the Western Gulf. And so while we may not be able to encapsulate the full impact of this like we would in analysis, I think it is important to at least look at how the fisheries in the Central and Western Gulf are different and ensure that is encapsulated in a discussion paper so that we have enough data to decide how best to proceed with an analysis if and when we get to that point.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Riddell. So with that, I think we will break for the day and come back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to begin our executive director report on staff tasking. Thank you.